Hello everyone, I know you are going to use this video for falling asleep, so before that, like this video, subscribe to the channel, and let me know where you are from. Also, what time is it? In the deep, winding crevices of an old, decaying house, there was a mirror. Not just any mirror. This one had a story. It was one that stretched back centuries, whispered about in town, yet never fully understood. For years, people had avoided the old mansion on Ashford Hill, and for good reason. There were tales of strange occurrences, of things seen in reflections that shouldn't have been there. But one thing was certain: if you ever dared to look into that mirror, it would change you. Lena stood at the front door of the house, her fingers gripping the brass knocker. She hesitated, feeling the weight of a chill creeping down her spine. She had heard the stories. Everyone in town had. It was the reason her grandmother had always warned her never to go near Ashford Hill. Curiosity killed the cat, she'd said, though she'd always spoken those words with a tremor in her voice. But here she was, standing at the threshold of the house that had haunted her dreams for as long as she could remember. It had been years since she'd last set foot in her hometown, a place she had desperately tried to escape. Lena had moved to the city, seeking new opportunities, new memories. But when her grandmother passed away, she was left with an inheritance she hadn't been prepared for. A house. The very house her grandmother had always spoken of in hushed tones. The house that had been abandoned for decades, and yet never truly forgotten. The door creaked open as Lena pushed it gently. The air inside was stale, heavy with the scent of dust and age. She stepped inside, her boots tapping lightly against the wooden floor. The house was eerily quiet, as though it hadn't been disturbed in years. Yet, something about the stillness made her skin crawl. She couldn't shake the feeling that something was watching her. The hallway stretched ahead, dimly lit by the weak light filtering through the dusty windows. Her eyes were drawn to the staircase at the far end. It was narrow and winding, leading up to the attic where the mirror was rumored to be. A part of Lena wanted to turn back, but another part, one she couldn't quite ignore, urged her to keep going. There was something in that attic, something she had to see for herself. As she climbed the staircase, the air grew colder. A soft breeze whispered through the cracks in the walls, carrying with it a faint, almost imperceptible whisper. Lena paused, her hand gripping the banister. Her heart raced. The whisper was like a voice, low, distant, and yet unmistakable. It wasn't coming from the walls or the house itself. No, it was coming from above, from the attic. She reached the top of the stairs, and the door to the attic stood in front of her, slightly ajar. It seemed to beckon her. She pushed it open, the hinges protesting with a loud squeal. Inside, the air was thick with dust, but there, standing in the center of the room, was the mirror. It was taller than Lena had imagined, its frame ornate and dark, twisted in design. The glass was thick and framed with symbols she didn't recognize. It reflected nothing but an eerie, cold stillness. No light bounced off its surface. Instead, it absorbed everything around it, as though it were a void itself. Lena couldn't tear her eyes away from it. Something about the mirror called to her, and despite every warning she had ever heard, she stepped closer. The moment she did, the temperature in the room dropped. Lena's breath caught in her throat, her chest tightening. The air was thick with a presence, something ancient, malevolent. She stood in front of the mirror, staring into it. Her reflection stared back at her, but something was wrong. Her image didn't quite match the movements of her body. It was a second behind, frozen in an unnatural stillness. And then it grinned. Lena recoiled, her heart hammering against her ribcage. The reflection smiled at her with eyes that were not her own, eyes that burned with an otherworldly fire. She stumbled backward, her hand shooting out to steady herself against the wooden table beside her. But when her eyes darted back to the mirror, the reflection was gone. She blinked, uncertain whether what she had seen was real. Her reflection returned, lifeless and neutral, mirroring her every movement. But deep down, she knew that the thing in the glass had been real. The mirror had shown her something that shouldn't exist, a shadow, a whisper of something far darker than the mere image of herself. Lena's mind raced. What had she just seen? And why had she felt so drawn to it? She turned away, ready to leave, but the door slammed shut behind her with a deafening bang. She gasped, spinning around to face the entrance. The air had grown heavier, the shadows deeper. The mirror loomed in the center of the room, now pulsing with an unnatural energy. Suddenly, the glass rippled. It was subtle at first, like a drop of water falling into a still pond. But then it began to stretch, to distort, as though the surface of the mirror was being pulled by an invisible force. Lena's eyes widened in terror as she backed away slowly, her heart racing. "Get out of here," she whispered to herself, her voice shaking. But the door wouldn't open. The mirror began to twist and warp, its surface now a swirling vortex of black and silver. Lena's hands shook, and she reached for the door again, her fingers fumbling for the handle. She could hear something now, a low, guttural growl, coming from the depths of the mirror. She spun around, fear flooding her veins. The thing in the mirror was speaking. "Lena," it whispered, its voice cold and ancient, slithering through the air like poison. "You've come to me." Her legs trembled beneath her, but she forced herself to stand tall. "I haven't come to you," she said, her voice trembling with a mixture of fear and defiance. "I'm leaving." But the mirror laughed, a twisted, maniacal sound that seemed to reverberate through the walls of the house. The glass rippled again, and this time something began to emerge from within it. A hand, long, skeletal fingers curled out from the surface of the mirror, the skin as black as night, as though it had been pulled from the very shadows. Lena screamed and stumbled backward, but the mirror continued to pull at her, drawing her closer. The hand reached further, and then another appeared, followed by an arm, a shoulder, and finally, a face. A grotesque, contorted face with hollow eyes that stared at her with malice. "Come closer, Lena," the voice crooned, thick with darkness. "Ah. We've been waiting for you." Lena's breath caught in her throat as she struggled to tear her eyes away from the nightmarish figure emerging from the mirror. Every instinct told her to run, to escape, but her feet were rooted to the spot, frozen in fear. The thing in the mirror, whatever it was coming for her, and she had no idea how to stop it. "Lena," it said again, its voice now more distinct, more human. "Don't you want to know the truth? Don't you want to see what lies beyond?" It reached toward her, its fingers stretching impossibly long. As they brushed against her cheek, she could feel the coldness of death itself, a chill that seeped into her very bones. The mirror. It had always been the mirror, and Lena had just crossed the line. The truth was coming. Lena's heart pounded wildly in her chest as the figure continued to emerge from the mirror. Its eyes, hollow and empty, bored into hers with an intensity that felt as though it was stripping away every layer of her soul. She could barely breathe, the air thick and suffocating. It was as if the house itself had grown darker, the walls pressing inward, closing off any chance of escape. The skeletal hand, now more fully formed, reached toward her, its fingers like claws, the nails sharp and twisted. She could feel its presence in the air, its coldness radiating through the room. The thing, it was no longer just a reflection, was no longer confined to the glass. It was in front of her, its form emerging from the darkness, its body unnaturally elongated and distorted. Lena's mind scrambled for a way out, any way to break free from the paralyzing fear that gripped her. She reached for the door handle once more, but it wouldn't budge. The door was locked. It was as if the very house itself had sealed her in. With trembling hands, Lena backed away, her foot stumbling over the edge of an old wooden crate. She crashed to the floor, the impact sending a jolt of pain through her body. She didn't care. She had to get up, had to run. The mirror, the thing, she had to escape it. But she couldn't move. The voice again, slick and venomous, slithered out from the creature's mouth, as if it were woven from the darkness itself. "You cannot escape, Lena. We are bound. We have always been bound." The words struck her like a hammer, each syllable sinking into her skull. Bound. What did that mean? She had never seen this thing before, never felt its presence until now, so what did it mean that they were bound? "Who? What are you?" Lena choked out, her throat tight with fear. Her voice barely made it past her lips. She was too terrified to even form coherent thoughts. The creature's mouth stretched into a grotesque smile. "I am what you fear most. I am the thing you refuse to acknowledge. The forgotten. The lost. The thing that lives in the cracks between worlds. The thing that watches you in the dark." Lena's blood ran cold. This couldn't be real. It couldn't be. But as she stared into the creature's eyes, its deep, black pits that reflected no light, no humanity, she knew it was. She had no explanation, no reason for this nightmare to exist. But here it was, standing in front of her, and it wanted her. "It was never supposed to be this way, you know," the creature whispered, its voice low and rasping, as though it were both everywhere and nowhere at once. "You shouldn't have come here. You should have listened. But now you are part of me. Forever." The words sent a wave of panic surging through Lena. The house, the mirror, it had been waiting for her. She had come back to this place for a reason. Her grandmother had always warned her, had always said there was something more to this house than anyone could understand. She had never believed it. Not really. Not until now. Lena's eyes darted around the attic, searching for something, anything, that could help her escape. She spotted an old chair, its wood brittle and worn. Desperation flooded her veins. She scrambled to her feet, grabbing the chair and hurling it toward the mirror. It hit the glass with a deafening crash. The mirror shimmered, rippling like water, but it didn't shatter. It didn't break. The reflection remained, still, cold, watching her. The creature chuckled, a low, hollow sound. "You can't fight it, Lena. You can't break it. You can't even escape it." Lena's chest tightened as she realized the truth in its words. No matter what she did, no matter how hard she tried to fight back, there was no way out. She had sealed her fate the moment she stepped into the house. The mirror was not just a reflection of what was in front of it. It was a doorway. A thin, fragile veil that separated this world from another. A doorway that had been waiting for someone like her to cross over, to cross the line between worlds. "Why me?" Lena gasped. "Why now?" The creature's smile grew wider. "You always knew, deep down. You always knew this day would come. You're the one who belongs here, the one who will complete the cycle. You just didn't want to admit it." "What cycle? What are you talking about?" The creature's fingers twitched as it moved closer to her, its form twisting and bending unnaturally, like it was trying to break free from some invisible force. Its breath was cold, so cold that Lena felt it on her skin, chilling her to the bone. "You are not the first to stand here, Lena," it hissed, its voice growing more sinister. "There were others before you, people who were drawn to the house, to the mirror. They, too, thought they could escape, thought they could outrun what waited for them. But no one ever escapes. Not from this place. Not from the truth." Lena's mind raced. She wasn't the first. What did that mean? Who else had come here? And why had they never left? "The mirror chooses." The creature continued, its voice taking on an almost mocking tone. "It chooses those who are weak, those who are lost. It feeds on their fear, their curiosity. And when they come, it takes them. Just like it's about to take you." Lena's pulse quickened as she tried to wrap her mind around the impossible. There was no escaping this. No running. She could feel the weight of inevitability pressing in on her, suffocating her. The mirror was alive, it was hungry, and it had already claimed her. But as the creature drew closer, something inside her snapped. A surge of determination broke through the paralyzing fear. She had to try. She had to do something. Anything. She wasn't just going to let it take her. Not without a fight. The creature's hand reached out, brushing against her cheek with its cold, dead fingers. "You should have stayed away, Lena," it whispered. "No. You belong to me." But before it could pull her into the depths of the mirror, Lena did the one thing she hadn't thought possible. She closed her eyes, took a deep breath, and pushed against the invisible force that seemed to hold her there. With every ounce of strength she had left, she shoved herself backward, her body slamming against the floor. She opened her eyes. The creature was gone. The mirror was still and silent. Lena scrambled to her feet, heart racing, chest heaving with exertion. She looked around, half expecting the creature to reappear, but the attic was empty. For a moment, there was only silence. And then, faintly, she heard it, a whisper. It wasn't coming from the mirror, but from behind her. "Don't think you're safe, Lena." She froze, her breath catching in her throat. The voice was everywhere. It was inside her, it was in her mind. "You can run, but you will never escape." And as Lena turned toward the door, her hand on the handle, she knew. She had only just begun to understand what this house, this mirror, and whatever waited beyond it were capable of. She had only just begun to scratch the surface of the nightmare that would haunt her for the rest of her life. The thin veil between this world and the next was more fragile than she could have ever imagined. And she had crossed it. Now, there was no going back. Lena's hand trembled against the door handle, a cold sweat slicking her palms. She could feel the presence of something behind her, hovering just beyond the edge of her awareness, like a shadow that refused to leave. Her mind raced as she stepped away from the mirror. The creature's voice still echoed in her thoughts, that haunting whisper of inevitability that promised there would be no escape. Her feet moved instinctively toward the door, but her gaze kept flicking back to the mirror, expecting the thing to reappear, to claim her. She reached the door, her fingers grasping the handle with a strength she didn't know she had. But it wouldn't open. She pulled and tugged, but the door was sealed shut, as though the house itself were keeping her inside. Fear began to creep in again, slowly but surely. Her breath came in shallow gasps as she spun around, scanning the room. The attic was vast, the air thick with dust and the weight of something ancient, something she couldn't quite name. The mirror remained still in the center of the room, its dark surface now a blank void. But the silence felt wrong. There was a coldness in the air that hadn't been there before. The temperature seemed to drop with each passing second, and the walls around her seemed to close in. The shadows grew longer, stretching across the floor like dark tendrils. Lena's pulse quickened. She couldn't stay here. She had to find a way out. But how? How could she leave when the very house seemed to resist her? Her eyes scanned the room for any sign of an exit. Suddenly, the floor creaked, a sound so faint, so soft, that she almost missed it. But there was no mistaking it. Someone, or something, was in the room with her. Lena spun around, her heart in her throat, her breath coming in short, jagged bursts. Nothing. The attic was still. The mirror was still. The shadows still stretched, but nothing moved. She wasn't alone. A sudden noise, like a whisper, came from the corner of the room. Lena froze. She strained to listen, her breath catching in her throat. The sound was distant at first, like a soft scraping, a dragging. Then it grew louder, closer. Her eyes darted to the corner where the sound had originated. The shadows there seemed to shift, twist, and writhe. Something was moving in them. She could see it now. Shapes, dark and formless, pulling and twisting in the corners, as if they were alive. Lena's mind screamed for her to run, but her body wouldn't obey. She stood frozen, her body paralyzed by fear. The scraping sound continued, getting louder. And then, a soft thud, like something heavy being dropped onto the floor. Lena's breath hitched in her chest as she stared at the shadows, her heart thundering in her ears. Then she saw it. A figure, barely visible in the darkness, stepped forward. A shape cloaked in shadows, its form elongated and undefined. As though it was both there and not there at the same time. It moved with an unnatural grace, the darkness wrapping around it like a cloak. Lena stumbled backward, her legs shaking beneath her, but the thing, whatever it was, didn't move toward her. It simply stood there, watching her, its presence heavy and oppressive. She could feel its eyes on her, though she couldn't see its face. It was waiting. The whisper came again, low and insistent. "You can't run. You're not supposed to run." Lena's breath caught in her throat. The voice was familiar, but it wasn't the creature from the mirror. It was something else. Something older. It spoke with a sense of authority, as though it knew her, as though it had been watching her for far longer than she realized. The shadows around the figure seemed to pulse, moving in time with her own breath. The room seemed to close in on her as the figure took a step forward, and Lena's heart raced. She had to move. She had to get out. But as she turned toward the door, something stopped her. The mirror. Her gaze shot back to the mirror, and for a moment she thought she saw something shift in its reflection. A shadow, no, not a shadow, but a presence, loomed behind her. She turned her head quickly, but there was nothing there. The mirror reflected only her own frantic movements. The presence in the room grew stronger, closer, until it was no longer a vague shape in the corner, but something tangible, something that reached out toward her. Lena's breath caught in her throat as she realized what she was seeing: a shadow, a manifestation of something far darker, moving across the floor. It was coming for her. "Help me," Lena gasped, her voice cracking with fear. "Please, help me." But there was no one. The shadows swallowed her words. Her hands flew to her ears, but the whispering continued, louder now, as if it were inside her mind. "There's no help for you, Lena. No one is coming. You belong to us now." The shadows seemed to take on a life of their own, swirling around her legs like smoke, wrapping around her like a vice. The cold air deepened, suffocating her as the floor beneath her began to give way. In that moment, Lena understood. The house wasn't just alive. It was hungry. The whispering became frantic, faster, more insistent, until it was all she could hear, drowning out everything else. "You think you can leave? You think you can escape what has already claimed you? No. The mirror called you Lena, and now you are ours." Lena's legs gave out, and she collapsed to the floor, the darkness swirling around her, pulling her deeper into the abyss. She reached out desperately, her fingers grazing the edges of the floor, trying to find something solid to hold on to, but there was nothing. The shadows engulfed her, and in that moment, everything went black. When Lena opened her eyes again, she was no longer in the attic. She was in the dark. Completely, utterly dark. Her heart hammered in her chest as she pushed herself up, panic clawing at her throat. Where was she? What had happened? The shadows, the creature, had taken her. But where was she now? Her hands pressed against the ground beneath her, and the cold, slick surface sent a chill through her fingers. She tried to stand, but her legs gave out beneath her, sending her crashing back to the floor. Something shifted in the darkness. A noise, low and guttural, came from somewhere far off. It was a growl, the sound of something moving toward her. She couldn't see it, but she could feel it. The air grew thicker, the weight of the unseen presence pressing in on her from all sides. And then, a voice. Lena. It wasn't the creature's voice. It wasn't the whispering shadow. It was a voice she recognized. Her grandmother's voice. Lena, the voice whispered, faint and distant. It's not over. You've only just begun to understand. Lena's breath caught in her throat. Grandmother, she whispered, though the words barely escaped her lips. Grandmother? Where are you? The darkness around her seemed to breathe, shifting and warping as the shadows closed in, and the voice came again, a warning. Don't trust the mirror, Lena. Don't trust the things that come from it. They will never let you go. The growl grew louder. Something was coming. Something that would finish what the mirror had started. But Lena had no idea what that something was. All she knew was that she had just entered a new kind of nightmare, and there was no turning back. Lena's heart raced as the voice of her grandmother echoed in the darkness, a faint whisper that seemed to stretch across time, mingling with the growl that reverberated through the air. Every inch of her body screamed to run, to escape whatever nightmare had swallowed her whole. But the air was thick, like molasses, and the darkness seemed to pulse with a life of its own. No matter how fast she moved, the weight of it pressed down on her, smothering her until her breaths came in shallow gasps. Her hands clawed at the ground, desperately trying to find something solid, something to anchor her. She couldn't tell if the floor beneath her was solid, or if it was shifting like the shadows that loomed at the edges of her vision. Panic was setting in. Her fingers slid across the slick surface, as if there was nothing there. Just an endless void stretching out before her. Her grandmother's voice came again, barely audible, yet carrying a weight that made it impossible to ignore. Lena, find the truth before it finds you. The growl grew louder, closer now, and Lena's eyes darted around, desperately trying to make sense of the blackened world that surrounded her. There were no walls, no ceiling, just an endless stretch of void. The shadows seemed to sway, as if something were moving through them, and Lena's skin crawled with an instinctual dread. Whatever it was coming for her. Grandmother, what truth? Lena whispered, her voice trembling in the suffocating silence. But the voice did not answer. The only sound now was the growl that rumbled beneath her feet, a primal, animalistic noise that felt as though it was coming from the very depths of the earth. Lena's throat tightened as she stood, her legs shaky and weak from the terror that had consumed her since entering the house. She took a tentative step forward, the air growing colder with each movement. It was as though the darkness itself was alive, pressing against her, forcing her to move in a direction she could not understand. It was like walking down a path that had no beginning or end, an endless void where nothing felt real, yet everything felt dangerously present. The shadows seemed to grow thicker, the darkness pulling at her from all sides, as though it was reaching for her, waiting for her to fall into it. Lena stumbled forward again, her feet dragging against the cold surface. The growl was louder now, a sound like something vast and hungry, something ancient, clawing its way toward her. Her mind raced, trying to make sense of the situation. What had happened? Was this real? Or was it just another layer of the nightmare that had begun the moment she stepped into that cursed house? She couldn't understand how she'd gotten here. Whether she had somehow crossed over to another realm, or whether this was merely a twisted version of reality. Everything she had ever known was slipping away, replaced by something darker, more terrifying than she had ever imagined. Her thoughts were interrupted by a sudden shift in the air. A sharp, sudden shift, as though something were coming from behind her. She spun around, her breath catching in her throat. For a brief moment, she saw it. A figure, shrouded in darkness, its form long and distorted, reaching toward her with hands that seemed to stretch unnaturally, fingers like twisted claws. The growl became a roar, deafening and primal, and the figure lunged toward her. Lena didn't think. She just ran. She pushed herself forward, her legs moving faster than they had ever moved before. The shadows reached for her, pulling at her ankles, but she fought against them, her hands grasping blindly at the air. Her heart thundered in her chest as she ran, as the world around her seemed to bend and warp, the darkness closing in on all sides. But no matter how fast she moved, the figure was always there, just behind her, chasing her, its growl a constant presence in her ears. She wasn't sure how long she ran, minutes, hours. Time had lost all meaning here. She only knew one thing: the figure was gaining on her. Every time she looked over her shoulder, it was closer. Its hands were reaching for her, claws like steel scraping against the air. She could feel its breath, cold and sharp, on her neck. Her legs were aching, her lungs burning with the effort of running, but there was no choice. She couldn't stop. She couldn't let it catch her. If it did, she didn't know what would happen, but she could feel it in the pit of her stomach. Whatever it wasn't something she wanted to find out. Then, as if the shadows themselves were guiding her, Lena saw something ahead. A faint light, barely visible through the blackness, flickering like a candle in the wind. It was the first sign of hope she had seen since entering this hellish place. She stumbled toward it, the growl of the figure growing louder, closer. But still, she moved forward. The light was within reach now, just a few more steps. Her foot caught on something. Lena's body pitched forward, and she fell into the darkness, the ground beneath her suddenly giving way. Her arms flailed, but she couldn't catch herself. She tumbled through the void, the air rushing around her, and her body collided with something hard, stone, cold stone. For a moment, everything was still. Lena's head spun, and her chest heaved as she struggled to regain her bearings. Her eyes snapped open, and she realized with a start that she wasn't in the void anymore. She was in a room. The walls were made of smooth, polished stone, black and foreboding. The light she had seen before was now brighter, flickering from a set of torches that lined the stone walls. She sat up, her pulse racing as she took in her surroundings. The room was circular, its floor made of ancient tiles worn down by time. There was no door, no window, only the flickering light and the oppressive, looming darkness that pressed in from every corner. And in the center of the room, a stone pedestal rose from the ground. Atop the pedestal was something Lena could barely comprehend. It was a book. The book was bound in black leather, its surface cracked and worn with age. The edges of the pages were tattered, as though they had been touched by countless hands over centuries. And there, on the cover, was an inscription, carved deeply into the stone. The letters seemed to shift as Lena looked at them, as if they were alive, changing shape in front of her eyes. She couldn't read them. Not at first. But then, slowly, the letters seemed to solidify. The mirror of truth. Lena's blood ran cold. The mirror of truth. It was a name she had never heard before, but the weight of it, the power behind it, was undeniable. She had seen the mirror. She had felt its pull. It had taken her, brought her to this place, to this room. And now, the book. But what was it? Why was it here? And what had her grandmother meant when she had whispered that Lena needed to find the truth before it finds you? Her fingers trembled as she reached for the book. But as her hand made contact with its cover, a chill swept through her, colder than anything she had felt before. The ground beneath her began to tremble, and the shadows in the room seemed to stretch toward the book, their forms twisting and writhing. And then, the voice came again, not from her grandmother, from the book. "Welcome, Lena," it whispered, its voice ancient and hollow. "You have found what you were meant to find, but now you must choose." Lena's heart skipped a beat. Choose what? Before she could respond, the shadows in the room swarmed around her, and the growl, louder now, echoed through her mind. Whatever was waiting for her, it was coming. And there would be no escaping it this time. The darkness was closing in. It was time for the truth to be revealed. The air in the stone room grew colder, the shadows now seeming to move with purpose, as if they had a life of their own. The voice from the book was a haunting melody, a whisper that carried a sense of finality. Lena's body felt heavy, as though she were sinking into the very ground beneath her. She couldn't look away from the book. Something in its ancient, worn cover gripped her attention like a vice. "Welcome, Lena," the voice repeated, its tone slow, deliberate, almost inviting. "You have found what you were meant to find. But now, you must choose." Lena's throat tightened, and she instinctively stepped back. Her feet shuffled, but the room seemed to stretch before her. Every direction felt wrong, every angle a trap. The growl continued, the sound now louder than ever, as if the very air was vibrating with the force of it. She had never felt so out of control, so completely overwhelmed. It felt as if she were in a nightmare. But no matter how much she willed herself to wake up, it was clear, this was real. Her eyes shifted to the pedestal again. The book seemed to pulse with an eerie energy, its cover still adorned with the shifting inscription, "The Mirror of Truth." The words danced in her mind like a haunting refrain. What was the truth it spoke of? What was the choice she was supposed to make? The growl grew louder still, echoing from all directions, until it became a roar. A terrible and guttural sound that seemed to shake the very foundation of the room. The shadows crept closer, the dark shapes stretching toward her with long, grasping tendrils, like fingers trying to snare her in their grip. "Choose, Lena," the voice from the book urged again. "Choose now, or the darkness will consume you." She could feel the weight of its words, and for a moment, Lena hesitated. What did it want from her? What was she being asked to do? Her mind raced, trying to grasp something, anything that would give her the answers she needed. Lena's heart beat faster, her eyes flitting between the pedestal and the swirling shadows. She could feel the pull of the book, its allure like a siren song, calling her to uncover the truth it promised. But every instinct in her screamed to run, to escape before it was too late. But where would she go? How could she outrun what was already within her, what was already taking root in her soul? She stepped forward, her fingers shaking as they hovered over the cover of the book. The growl intensified, and Lena realized that whatever choice she made, whatever was inside that book, it would either free her or drag her deeper into the nightmare. Her hand slowly descended, brushing against the cracked leather. A cold shiver ran up her spine as she opened the cover. The pages were yellowed and brittle, and the scent of decay wafted from them, as though the very air surrounding her was decaying with them. Lena's eyes scanned the pages, her pulse quickening with every word she read. The first page was a warning. The mirror is not a tool. It is a trap, a door to another world. Those who seek its power will be lost in the reflection of their own desires. They will not be able to see what lies beyond. Lena felt a pang of dread settle in her chest. This was the truth she had been brought here to find. Something far darker than she had imagined. The book wasn't offering her hope. It was offering her the key to an eternal prison. And the thing in the mirror, the creature, the shadow, it had been waiting for her to choose. She turned the page, her fingers trembling as she read the next words. Once you step into the mirror, you will never truly leave. You will be trapped, forever caught between this world and the other. The reflection of your soul will become a part of the mirror's essence, and the darkness will follow you. It will become you. Lena's blood ran cold. Was this what her grandmother had meant by the truth? That the mirror didn't offer answers, it offered doom. And yet, here she was, trapped between two worlds, unable to escape. The growl continued, closer now, so close she could almost feel the cold breath of it against her neck. Whatever it was about to claim her. Make your choice. Lena, the book urged again. It will be the final choice. The shadows surged forward, wrapping themselves around her legs, pulling at her. She could feel them, cold, clammy, as though they were alive, tugging her deeper into their grasp. Suddenly, the room seemed to shift. The walls, once made of stone, warped and rippled like water disturbed by a stone. The floor beneath her feet cracked, splitting apart like a shattered mirror. Lena gasped, stumbling back. The pedestal with the book seemed to dissolve into the air, the shadows now flooding the room in violent waves. The growl had turned into something more, a scream, an inhuman shriek that cut through the air like a blade. The figure, the creature, emerged from the shadows, its form twisting and shifting like smoke. But it was no longer just a shadow. It had a face that was impossibly stretched, its eyes wide and hollow, its mouth open in a grotesque grin. The thing was no longer a formless shape. It had become a reflection of something far worse, something that was both part of the mirror and part of Lena. "You've made your choice," the voice from the book whispered, its words hollow, its tone full of dark satisfaction. "You've crossed the threshold. There is no turning back." The creature reached toward her with long, bony fingers. The shadows twisted around it, converging like tendrils of smoke that threatened to drag her into the depths of the void. "No," Lena screamed, her voice echoing in the empty room.
"I didn't choose this."
"I didn't choose any of this." But the creature's grin only widened. "You didn't have to choose, Lena," it said, its voice like ice, sliding into her thoughts. "The mirror has already chosen for you. You are mine now, and there is no escape from the reflection of your soul." The shadows erupted around her, enveloping her, pulling her down, dragging her into the mirror's depths. Her body was weightless, as if she were falling, and the air around her grew colder, colder still. The ground beneath her was gone. The walls, the room, everything faded into darkness. Only the creature's face remained, its grin growing wider, its eyes dark with hunger. And then there was nothing, just the darkness, and the cold, and the echo of the mirror's truth. Lena's heart hammered in her chest. She had crossed the line. She had stepped into the abyss. The truth was here, in the darkness, in the reflection. And now it was part of her. It was too late to escape, and the darkness would never let her go. Lena's body ached, as though she had been torn apart and stitched back together. She didn't know how long she had been falling, but time seemed to stretch, and the darkness around her only deepened. She tried to scream, to shout out, but the sound was swallowed by the void. She felt weightless, suspended in an endless blackness, unable to grasp onto anything, as if the air itself rejected her. Her thoughts were a jumble, fragments of the book's warning, memories of the mirror, her grandmother's voice, and the creature that had emerged from the shadows. The reflection of her soul, the mirror of truth. Lena tried to focus, to bring some sense of clarity to her thoughts, but it was like trying to hold on to water. Every thought slipped away, lost in the vastness of the emptiness. Then, in the distance, a flicker of light. It was faint, almost imperceptible, but it called to her. Lena's mind clung to it, reaching out with desperate hope. She moved toward it instinctively, feeling as though it might be the only thing that could save her. The air around her rippled, shifting, and the light grew stronger, brighter. It wasn't natural light. It was something different, something that pulsed with a strange energy. As she drew closer, the light took shape, becoming a reflection of what she recognized. The room, the attic, the mirror. But this was different. This was a twisted, corrupted version. The shadows that had once been her enemy now seemed to be alive, twisting and swirling with purpose, their dark forms reaching for her, their eyes glowing with a hunger that mirrored the creature from the mirror. Lena recoiled, her body instinctively pulling back, but the darkness followed her, pressing in on all sides. The more she fought, the closer it seemed to get. She turned, desperate for a way out, but there was no escape. The walls, the floor, the ceiling. They were all part of the same dark reflection, warped and twisted beyond recognition. She wanted to run, but her legs wouldn't move. She wanted to scream, but her voice was lost in the suffocating blackness. The shadows whispered to her, their voices like 1,000 rasping breaths, each one brushing against her skin, pulling at her soul. You cannot run. You belong to us now. Her heart pounded as the figure, the creature, reappeared before her. It had been waiting for her, just as it had promised. It stepped from the shadows, its grin wide, its eyes hollow, and its form more solid now, more real, as though it had crossed the threshold into this twisted reality. You're here, Lena, it said, its voice thick with satisfaction. You're mine now. The reflection, the price, you cannot escape it. Not from this place. Not from me. Lena took a step back. But her body was heavy, sluggish. It was as though the darkness was pulling at her very essence, draining her of her strength. She could feel it, the oppressive weight of the mirror's influence, consuming her, sinking deep into her skin. No, she whispered, her voice weak. This isn't me. I'm not yours. But the creature only laughed, a dry, raspy sound that sent a chill through her bones. You were never yours to begin with, Lena. You never belonged to yourself. You belonged to the mirror. And now you will understand. The creature's form shimmered, its shadowy tendrils reaching for her again. But this time, Lena didn't recoil. Instead, she let the darkness wash over her, feeling it twist around her, feeling it seep into her very being. It was not just consuming her physical form, it was warping her mind, unraveling everything she had ever known. She couldn't fight it anymore. Not here. Not in this place. And then, just as the creature's cold touch grazed her skin, everything stopped. The light, the shadows, the creature, they all froze, suspended in time. Lena gasped, her breath catching in her throat as her vision blurred and shifted. The air around her seemed to tear, like a veil being pulled back. And then, in the space where the creature had stood, something else emerged. A figure. Not the creature, not the shadows, but a figure, one she recognized instantly. Her grandmother. Lena's heart skipped a beat. Grandmother. The figure smiled, but it was not the same warm smile Lena remembered. It was a twisted, sorrowful expression, like someone who had been caught between worlds for far too long. You have come to the heart of it all, Lena, her grandmother said, her voice soft but filled with sorrow. I warned you about the mirror. Lena's mind raced. But what do you mean? What is happening? Why is it like this? Her grandmother's face darkened. The mirror is not a simple object, Lena. It is an anchor, a bridge between worlds, a place where the lines of reality and reflection blur. And when it calls someone, when it calls you, it is because it has chosen you. Lena's heart thudded painfully in her chest. Chosen? What do you mean chosen? Why me? Her grandmother's expression grew distant, as though the memories she carried were far too painful to recall. You were always meant to come here. Your bloodline, Lena, it is bound to the mirror. The house, the mirror, it has been waiting for one like you. Someone who could open the door, someone who could connect the worlds. But that connection, that power, it comes with a price. Lena swallowed hard, her throat dry. What price? What have I become? What is happening to me? Her grandmother's eyes softened. But the sadness never left. You've crossed the threshold, Lena. The moment you stepped into that attic, into the presence of the mirror, you sealed your fate. The mirror offers its truth, but it also takes what it wants. It has already begun to claim you, piece by piece, and now you are bound to it. Lena's body trembled, her hands shaking as she reached for her grandmother. No, I don't want this. I don't want to be bound to it. I can't be. But her grandmother's gaze hardened. It's too late for that. The reflection, it's already a part of you. The darkness you feel, it is not just the mirror's influence. It is a part of you now, Lena. You will never escape it, and neither will I. Lena's mind reeled. What do you mean? You're... Her grandmother cut her off with a sad smile. I'm here, Lena. But I'm not truly here. I'm trapped, just as you will be. The mirror keeps those who serve it trapped in the reflection. The price is not always death. Sometimes it's worse. Sometimes the mirror takes your soul, your essence. You become part of its eternal darkness. Tears welled in Lena's eyes. No, I can't. Please tell me what to do. Her grandmother stepped closer, her hand reaching for Lena's. There is nothing more to be done. The truth has already claimed you. You have already chosen. The reflection is now a part of you. You will carry it with you, wherever you go. Lena's body shook with grief, with fear, but there was no escape from the truth her grandmother had revealed. She was bound to the mirror, bound to the reflection of her own soul. She was no longer free, and the darkness was only just beginning. The shadows began to surge forward again, pulling at her with an unbearable force. The growl returned, louder and more furious. The creature was there once more, its grin widening as it reached for her. Lena's vision began to darken once more, the world around her closing in. She could feel herself slipping away, falling back into the mirror's depths. And as her grandmother's figure dissolved into the shadows, one final whisper reached her ears. You are no longer Lena. You are part of the reflection now. You are nothing but a shadow, forever caught between two worlds. And with that, the darkness consumed her, pulling her into the void, into the reflection, where she would remain for eternity. Lena's consciousness flickered like a dying flame, struggling to remain intact as she was dragged deeper into the suffocating abyss. The weight of the darkness pressed against her, pulling at her very essence. Her mind screamed. Her soul cried out for release, but there was no escape. There was only the cold, unyielding pull of the mirror, the reflection that had become her prison. The world around her was a kaleidoscope of broken images, shattered fragments of what had once been. She saw flashes of herself, her face distorted, her body twisted, caught in the web of the reflection. She could feel the essence of her being, her soul, splintering, as though it were being torn apart by unseen forces. Every part of her was being consumed, devoured by the mirror's insatiable hunger. But then, as the darkness threatened to swallow her whole, a voice pierced through the void. Lena. The voice was soft at first, barely a whisper, but it carried a weight of something deeper, something familiar. Her grandmother's voice. Lena, do you hear me? The words seemed to reverberate in the endless black, reaching out to her. She tried to focus, tried to bring herself back to reality, but her body felt numb, her mind trapped in the reflection. The voice came again, louder this time, more urgent. You are not alone, Lena. Lena's breath caught in her throat. Grandmother. She whispered, her voice cracking. Yes, it's me, the voice replied. You've been lost, but you can still find your way back. You can still break free. Lena's heart skipped a beat, hope rising within her chest like a fragile thread. How? How can I escape this? Listen to me, Lena, her grandmother's voice said, now clear and strong. The mirror is a prison, but it's also a key. It can trap you, or it can set you free. But you must understand one thing. Your reflection is not just a part of you. It is a part of the darkness. It is the thing that has claimed you, the thing that has twisted your soul. You must sever that connection. Lena's thoughts were a blur. She wanted to understand, but the truth was slipping away like sand through her fingers. Sever the connection. But how? You must face the mirror, her grandmother said. You must confront the darkness within you, within your reflection. It has already taken root in your soul, but you still have the power to reclaim what's yours. You must destroy the reflection, destroy the mirror's hold on you. Lena's heart raced. The reflection. The mirror. She understood now. The mirror didn't just show her image. It showed what she had become. what she had allowed herself to become. The darkness wasn't just outside of her, it was inside her. It was in the very depths of her soul. But how could she destroy something so deeply entwined with her essence? You are stronger than you realize, her grandmother's voice urged. The mirror cannot hold you forever, Lena. But you must remember one thing. This is not just about escaping. It's about accepting who you are. Accepting the truth. The truth. Lena shuddered. The truth was what had drawn her here in the first place. The truth was what had awakened the mirror, what had bound her to it. But now, as she listened to her grandmother's voice, she realized that the truth was not something to be feared. It was something to be understood, something to be confronted. The shadows that had once seemed so ominous now felt different. Less like an external force and more like a part of herself, a reflection of the darkness that had taken root in her heart. She wasn't just a victim. She had chosen this path. She had allowed herself to be drawn into the mirror's grip. You must face yourself, Lena, her grandmother's voice whispered. You cannot outrun what is inside you. Lena closed her eyes, taking a deep breath. She could feel the reflection of her soul tugging at her, urging her to turn back, to let the darkness consume her. But she resisted. She had to face it. She had to confront the reflection of her own soul, the part of her that had been lost to the mirror. The void around her shifted, and suddenly the room began to form. The stone walls, the flickering light, the pedestal with the book, all of it began to coalesce, like pieces of a shattered puzzle falling back into place. The shadows receded, and in the center of the room, the mirror stood once more. Lena's reflection stared back at her. But this time, it was different. The face in the mirror was not just her own. It was something twisted, something that seemed to pulse with a dark, malevolent energy. The eyes in the reflection were empty, hollow, like the eyes of the creature that had once emerged from the shadows. And yet, they were hers. For a moment, Lena felt a wave of terror wash over her. The reflection was not just a mirror of her appearance. It was a reflection of her soul. The darkness that had claimed her was there, staring back at her, waiting to drag her back into the abyss. But she didn't look away. She couldn't. She stepped forward, her hand trembling as she reached toward the mirror. The reflection did not move, did not blink. It stood frozen, waiting for her to make the first move. I am not afraid of you, Lena whispered, her voice steady despite the fear gnawing at her. The reflection smiled. It was not a kind smile. It was a trusted, mocking expression that made Lena's blood run cold. You cannot escape me, the reflection said, its voice a dark echo of her own. You are mine. You always have been. Lena took another step forward, her hand now inches from the glass. No, she said, her voice firm. I am not yours. I am my own. The reflection's grin widened, but Lena did not falter. She pressed her palm against the glass, her heart racing, her breath shallow. The mirror rippled under her touch, like water disturbed by a stone. The reflection twisted, its features warping, changing, as if the very fabric of her soul was being unraveled. But Lena didn't pull away. She held her ground. You cannot destroy me, the reflection hissed, its voice becoming more distorted with each passing second. You are me. Lena's eyes blazed with a newfound resolve. No, she repeated, her voice rising. I am not you. I am not the darkness. And with that, she pushed harder, pressing against the mirror with all her strength, with everything she had left. The glass shattered, 1,000 shards splintering around her. The reflection screamed, but it was no longer her scream. It was the scream of the darkness, the scream of the thing that had tried to claim her. The darkness recoiled, twisting and writhing, as if it were being pulled back into the depths of the mirror. Lena stepped back, gasping for breath, as the mirror, once a prison, once a reflection of her soul, shattered completely. For the first time, Lena felt the weight of the darkness lift from her shoulders. It was still there, lurking in the corners of her mind. But it no longer had a hold on her. She was free. But as the shards of the mirror fell to the ground, she knew one thing: the battle was not over. The reflection had been destroyed, but the darkness would always remain. It was a part of her, and it always would be. Lena stood in the broken remnants of the mirror, breathing heavily. She had faced the truth, and now she had to live with it. But for the first time in a long time, she felt something she hadn't felt since she first stepped into the house. Hope. Lena stood amidst the shattered remnants of the mirror, the jagged edges of the glass glistening like broken stars at her feet. Her heart still pounded, the adrenaline slowly fading, leaving behind an unsettling calm. The darkness that had once clung to her, so thick and suffocating, now felt distant, almost faded, as though it had been drained from her soul. She closed her eyes for a moment, drawing in a deep breath, but even in this stillness, something lingered. Something that refused to be entirely erased. She had destroyed the reflection. The mirror no longer held its dominion over her. But there was something far deeper, a far more insidious truth that had been set in motion the moment she had entered this house. The darkness may have been pushed back, but Lena could feel it, pulsing quietly, like a distant, steady heartbeat in the back of her mind. It was waiting. As she looked around the room, the flickering torchlight now seemed colder, more uncertain. The walls, once oppressive and confining, felt like they were closing in again, threatening to swallow her whole. The air was thick, and she couldn't help but feel the creeping sensation that she was being watched. It was as if the house itself had taken on a life of its own. And in the broken fragments of the mirror, it could see her. It knew her. Why am I still here? Lena whispered to herself, though she wasn't sure if the question was for herself or the house. What do you want from me? The silence that followed was thick, almost suffocating, and she felt herself shiver involuntarily. She had faced the reflection, torn away the veil of darkness that had claimed her, but why did she feel so hollow? Why did the house still feel like it was pulling at her? A soft sound broke the silence. A creak in the floorboards. The unmistakable sound of someone, moving in the distance. Lena's breath hitched, her pulse spiking. Her instinct screamed for her to turn and run, to escape the house while she still could. But something inside her, something deep within, held her in place. She wasn't finished here. She had come so far. She needed to know. Slowly, hesitantly, Lena moved toward the source of the noise. Her feet barely made a sound as she crept through the empty halls of the house. The once quiet space now filled with a kind of energy that made the hairs on the back of her neck stand on end. The floor beneath her was uneven, the air stale with dust and time. But it was the oppressive silence that unsettled her most. It felt as if the house was holding its breath, waiting for something. And then she saw it. A door. Small, almost unremarkable, tucked away at the end of the hallway. The wood was old, scarred with age, its surface worn smooth by the passage of time. There was something about it, something that beckoned her, something she couldn't explain. It was as though the door had always been there, waiting for her to find it. Lena's fingers brushed lightly against the frame, and the moment she did, the air around her shifted. The house groaned as though waking from a long slumber. A cold gust of wind howled through the cracks in the walls, making the torches flicker violently. She gasped, instinctively stepping back, and then the door creaked open. It wasn't much, just a sliver of light spilling through the crack, illuminating the dust in the air like a hazy dream. But that small opening seemed to draw her in, pulling her closer, as if the house itself were inviting her inside. The door wasn't just a door, it was a threshold, and Lena, despite the warning bells ringing in her mind, stepped through. The room was small, narrow. The air was thick with the scent of old wood and something else. Something metallic, like the tang of blood. Her eyes adjusted to the dim light, and she saw, at the far end of the room, a large wooden chest. It was intricately carved, its surface smooth with age, though the carvings seemed to twist and contort in strange patterns as though they were alive, shifting in the corners of her vision. Lena moved toward the chest, drawn to it. But as she did, the shadows in the room seemed to move with her. At first, she thought it was a trick of the light, but then the shadows began to lengthen, stretching across the floor toward her. She froze, her breath catching in her throat. She wasn't alone. Something was in the room with her, and it wasn't just the darkness. As she reached the chest, a low, unsettling sound filled the air, a sound that came from deep within the walls, vibrating in her bones. A hum, a whisper, the sound of something ancient, something beyond her understanding. She placed her hand on the chest, and the moment she did, the whisper turned into a voice she knew. "Lena," it said, soft and coaxing, yet filled with an undeniable menace. "You've come so far, but there is more to discover, more that you must understand." Her grandmother's voice, but distorted, twisted, as though it were being spoken from the depths of the house itself. Lena stepped back, pulling her hand from the chest as if it had burned her. The shadows surged toward her, their shapes no longer formless but distinct, almost human. She could feel them, crawling over her skin, like cold hands brushing against her, urging her to open the chest. "No," she whispered, taking another step back. "I've come too far to turn back now." But the voice was relentless. "You cannot fight the truth, Lena. You never could. You were always meant to find this. You were always meant to find me." The shadows moved closer, tightening around her. The air grew colder. Lena could feel her heart hammering in her chest, a drumbeat of fear that reverberated in the very bones of the house. She had faced the reflection. She had fought back the darkness. But the house was not finished with her. It wasn't just the mirror. It was the house itself. The curse that had bound her bloodline to this place had not been severed. The house was alive, and it would not let her go. Lena's hand shook as she reached for the chest again. She didn't want to. She didn't want to open it. But the pull, the lure, was undeniable. The shadows whispered, the voice urging her on, filling her mind with thoughts that didn't belong to her. With a trembling hand, she lifted the lid. Inside, it wasn't just an empty chest. It was a mirror. The same as the one she had shattered, but smaller, more intimate. The glass was cracked, its surface marred with jagged lines that seemed to pulse with a dark energy. Lena's reflection stared back at her, distorted, a warped version of herself, eyes wide and hollow, a twisted grin on her face. And then it spoke. "You cannot escape the house, Lena," it said, its voice dripping with malice. "You can never escape what you are, what you've become." Lena staggered back, her breath catching in her throat. The chest was no longer a chest. It was a door, a gateway to something far worse. The reflection in the mirror was no longer just a reflection. It was her. It was the darkness inside her. The part of her that had been shaped by the house, by the curse. The room seemed to close in on her, the shadows swirling, the air thick with something ancient and unfathomable. Lena's heart pounded as the voice from the mirror echoed in her mind, the words repeating over and over. "You can never escape what you are." Lena closed her eyes, her body trembling with the weight of the truth. The house had claimed her, yes, but it had always been a part of her. She had always been a part of it, and there was no escaping that. Not anymore. The darkness was not just in the house, it was in her. Lena's breath came in shallow gasps as she stood in front of the chest, her body trembling from the weight of the revelation. The air around her thickened, pressing down on her like the weight of centuries. The mirror, once shattered, was now whole again, and its fractured surface shimmered with the kind of malevolent energy that had haunted her every step since she first set foot in this cursed house. The reflection staring back at her was no longer just a distorted image. It was an entity, a part of her, a shadow bound to the house. Her hands were shaking as she stumbled away from the chest, the mirror now seeming to pulse with a dark life of its own, its fractured glass casting twisted reflections of the world around her. She could feel its pull, the insistent tug of something far older and darker than she had ever imagined. It was a presence, ancient and unknowable, and it was bound to her bloodline, bound to the very soul of the house. She stumbled backward, her body moving almost on its own as the weight of the house pressed in from all sides. The walls seemed to close around her, and the very air felt thick with the presence of something alive, watching, waiting. The voices from the mirror echoed in her mind, reverberating through her skull, growing louder with every passing second. You cannot escape it, Lena. It is part of you. The voice was no longer her grandmother's, nor the creature that had haunted her in the depths of the mirror. It was the house itself. It was the curse. It was the darkness that had always been there, waiting to be unleashed. Her hands reached out instinctively, gripping the edges of the walls as the shadows around her thickened. She could feel them moving, creeping over her skin, like 1,000 cold fingers brushing against her, caressing her with an unnatural hunger. They weren't just shadows, they were tendrils, extensions of the house, of the mirror. They were part of the curse, part of the force that had claimed her. The whispers intensified, the sound growing louder, becoming a steady drumbeat that vibrated through her chest. She could feel the pulse of the house in her veins, the blood that had been twisted by the darkness, by the curse that had bound her to this place. The air was electric, charged with an energy she couldn't understand, and the shadows closed in on her, pulling at her, urging her to step closer to the mirror. No, she whispered, shaking her head. She wanted to fight. She wanted to escape, but the force around her was too powerful, too overwhelming. Her vision blurred, her mind clouded with the darkness that filled the room. It was inside her. The mirror, the curse, it was all part of her now. You can't run from it, the voice hissed, now seeming to come from every direction. The house has chosen you. You are bound to it. Forever. Lena's chest tightened as she struggled to breathe. She wanted to scream, but the words caught in her throat. She couldn't escape. The truth was unbearable. She had destroyed the mirror. She had fought the reflection. But in doing so, she had only played into the house's game. The house had always been a part of her, and she had never truly understood its power. With a cry of frustration, Lena slammed her hand against the wall. The house seemed to tremble with her action, the shadows swirling violently around her. For a brief moment, she thought she could see something moving within the walls, something dark and vast, stretching across the house like a living organism. And then, in an instant, the shadows snapped forward, wrapping themselves around her. Cold, clammy tendrils pressed against her skin, their touch like ice, freezing her in place. Lena gasped. The breath knocked from her lungs as the darkness surged up her legs, wrapping around her like chains. You are mine. The voice said, its tone triumphant, victorious. And now, you will never escape. Lena tried to move, tried to fight, but the shadows were too strong. Her body was locked in place, her mind overwhelmed by the relentless pressure of the curse. It was as if the house was pulling her apart, piece by piece, claiming her soul for itself. The whispers, the voices, the echoing growl of the creature, all of it melded into one, a relentless tide that threatened to drown her. In the distance, Lena thought she saw something, faint but real. A light. A flicker of something familiar, something she could hold on to. It was the reflection again. The mirror, the one she had destroyed. But now, it was whole again, and the dark energy that radiated from it seemed to be growing. She couldn't explain why, But a surge of defiance ignited within her. She had fought so hard to break free from this place, from the curse that bound her. She had faced the reflection. She had confronted the darkness. She had torn the mirror apart, shattered it with everything she had. But now it was clear. The mirror was not just a reflection of the house. It was the house. It was a doorway. And if she wanted to escape, she had to face it once more. The shadows tightened around her, pulling her closer to the mirror, their cold tendrils slipping into her thoughts. But Lena gritted her teeth, her mind focusing on the one thing that had always been her greatest strength. Her will. No, she whispered through clenched teeth. I am not yours. With every ounce of strength she could muster, Lena broke free. Her body surged forward, and for a fleeting moment, the shadows loosened their grip. She stumbled toward the mirror, her heart pounding in her chest, her breath ragged. The mirror, the gateway, the reflection. The room around her began to warp again, the walls bending and shifting, distorting into impossible shapes, but she didn't look away. She couldn't. She knew now that the reflection, the darkness, it wasn't something that could be destroyed. It wasn't something that could be fought. It was a part of her. And the only way to break free was to accept it. Lena reached out, her hand trembling as she touched the surface of the mirror once again. The reflection rippled in front of her, and for a moment, she thought she saw her own face staring back at her. Twisted, distorted, but familiar. Her eyes were wide with fear, but there was something else there, something more than just terror. There was understanding. The house trembled as Lena's hand pressed against the glass, and the air around her began to shift, the shadows swirling violently. But this time, she didn't pull away. This time, she embraced it. I am not afraid of you, Lena said, her voice stronger than it had ever been. I will not let you control me. With that, the mirror cracked again, the glass shattering into 1,000 pieces. But this time, instead of the darkness rushing in to claim her, the light began to flood the room. It was soft at first, like the dawn breaking through the night, but it grew brighter with each passing second, until the house seemed to implode, the walls crumbling away like dust. Lena took a deep breath, stepping back from the mirror. The darkness was still there, lingering, but it no longer had a hold on her. She had faced it. She had confronted the truth, and now she was free. But even as she stood in the ruins of the house, a piece of her, her reflection, her soul, remained. The darkness would always be a part of her, but she no longer feared it. She had found the truth, and in doing so she had found herself. The house was gone. The mirror was shattered, and for the first time, Lena felt truly alive. But deep within the shattered remnants of the mirror, in the darkness, a whisper lingered. Not finished, not finished. Lena turned. The story was not over. Not yet. Lena's heart raced as the last echo of the whisper faded into the crumbled ruins of the house. She stood alone in the wreckage. The house that had once trapped her now reduced to dust and ash. The light that had flooded the room continued to pour in, warm and comforting, like the sun breaking through a storm. She felt it on her skin. Life, freedom, a promise of release. And yet, that whisper, the one that had lingered, barely audible, lingered in her mind like a shadow in the corner of her thoughts. Not finished, not finish, eh? Lena blinked, shaking her head as though trying to dislodge the lingering dread. She wasn't going to listen to it. She wasn't going to let the house win again. The mirror was gone. The darkness had been shattered. The curse had no more claim over her. But the whisper kept clawing at her, echoing like a distant drumbeat, just out of reach but somehow ever present. Not finished. Lena turned away from the destruction, the charred remains of the walls, and the crumbled stone beneath her feet. The air smelled of smoke and ash, a stark contrast to the warmth of the light that seemed to stretch far beyond the confines of the broken house. But as she walked, every step felt heavier. as though the earth itself was reluctant to let her go. It was a subtle weight, like an anchor buried beneath the surface. A soft breeze stirred the dust in the air, and Lena looked up to see the sky. A brilliant, clear blue that stretched endlessly, as if promising a future, offering the freedom she had fought so hard to claim. But something inside her clenched. A part of her felt that freedom was an illusion, that the darkness had merely retreated, not been defeated. She wasn't sure how much time had passed since the mirror had shattered. Hours, days. It didn't matter. What mattered was that she was here, outside the house, alone. Or so she thought. Out of the corner of her eye, Lena saw something, a figure. It was faint, barely a silhouette against the backdrop of the crumbling house, but it was there, standing in the distance. Unmoving, her breath caught in her throat. The shadow had an aura of familiarity about it, yet something about it made her heart race in a way that felt all too wrong. "Who's there?" Lena's voice trembled, but she couldn't stop herself from calling out. She wasn't sure why she did it. Perhaps because she was so certain no one else could be out here. The house was in ruins. There was nothing left but the wreckage. The figure didn't respond. It stood still, waiting as if watching her. Lena's eyes narrowed, and her pulse quickened as she took a step forward. The wind picked up, swirling around her, carrying with it the scent of something dark. Something familiar. She knew this feeling. It was the same feeling she had gotten when she first entered the house, when the darkness had begun to unfurl around her. The figure stepped forward then, slowly, as though it had all the time in the world. As it came closer, Lena's heart dropped. It was her, but not her. The figure was an exact replica, standing just a few paces away. The same face, the same eyes, except the eyes were hollow, empty, and staring straight through her. "No," Lena whispered under her breath, her legs suddenly frozen. The figure smiled, a twisted, mocking grin that sent a chill deep into her bones. The smile spread unnaturally wide, as if it could stretch forever. "You thought you were free?" the figure asked, its voice a distorted echo of her own. "You think the mirror is gone. You think the darkness has left you." "Oh, Lena, the darkness was never about the mirror. It's you." Lena's stomach churned. She wanted to run, but her legs wouldn't obey. She wanted to scream, but her voice caught in her throat. The shadow, the reflection of her own twisted soul, had come to claim her once again. "You can't escape yourself," the figure continued, its voice dripping with venom. "Not as long as you carry the darkness inside you." Lena's eyes darted around, searching for an escape, but there was nowhere to go. She was trapped. Trapped by the very thing she had tried to destroy. "The house is not done with you," the figure sneered. "It's never done with you. You belong to it, just like I belong to you." The figure lunged forward, its form shifting, becoming an indistinct blur of shadows. It wasn't just her reflection anymore. It was something far worse. A manifestation of the curse, the embodiment of everything she had tried to outrun. Lena's heart thudded painfully in her chest as she backed away, instinctively raising her hands to shield herself from the oncoming attack. But the figure wasn't interested in hurting her. No. It was after something much worse. It was after her soul. "You cannot hide from your own darkness, Lena," the figure whispered, its voice now a low, guttural hiss that crawled under her skin. "You cannot escape the truth." The figure's hand reached out toward her, cold fingers grazing her cheek. Lena gasped, her breath sharp in her throat, but she couldn't move. The figure's grip tightened, pulling her closer, dragging her toward it. The shadows grew heavier, wrapping around her like chains. "You are the reflection," it whispered again, its lips curling into a twisted smile. "You are the curse, and you will never escape it." Lena's breath faltered as the figure's grip tightened. Every muscle in her body screamed for her to fight, to run, but the darkness was suffocating her, and she felt her mind slipping. The echo of the house's words, the curse's words, resounded in her ears, drowning her thoughts, drowning her hope. And then she understood. The darkness wasn't something that could be fought or destroyed. It was a part of her. It had always been. She had been running from it, trying to escape the part of herself that she feared the most. The truth, the reflection of everything she had become, was never going to leave. She was the curse. She was the house. Lena closed her eyes, her body shaking as the shadow of herself tightened its grip. The house wasn't just a structure. It wasn't just a place of darkness. It was her. It was everything she had tried to run from, everything she had locked away. It was the mirror. It was the reflection of her own soul, forever trapped, forever bound. The world around her began to blur, the darkness consuming her completely. She could feel herself slipping, losing herself to the curse. There was no escape. There never had been. And then, just as she was about to lose herself completely, a thought flashed through her mind, faint, like a distant memory. Acceptance. Lena opened her eyes and faced her reflection. She had fought so hard to reject it. She had spent so long running. But now, she understood. The only way to break free was not to fight it, not to run from it. She had to accept it. The darkness was not her enemy, it was her. She closed her eyes, took a deep breath, and embraced it. The shadows around her began to dissipate. The figure that had been her reflection disappeared, dissolving into the air like smoke. The grip loosened, the suffocating weight of the curse lifting from her shoulders. She stood alone in the ruined remains of the house, the light around her glowing brighter. And for the first time, Lena realized that the darkness would never truly go away. It would always be a part of her, but it was no longer something to fear. It was something to live with, something to understand. Lena stood tall, her heart steady. The house was gone. The mirror shattered, but her journey wasn't over. The darkness was still a part of her, but now she could face it. She was no longer running. She was free. Lena stood amidst the remnants of the house, now just a hollow shell of what it once was, but something inside her had shifted. The whispers, the suffocating presence of the curse, the reflection. Everything had coalesced into a deeper understanding. The darkness wasn't an enemy to be destroyed. It was a part of her, woven into the fabric of her soul. And for the first time, Lena realized that she could coexist with it, instead of fighting it. She closed her eyes, breathing in deeply, feeling the weight of everything she had endured. The house, the curse, the reflection. It all seemed so far behind her now, as though in her acceptance she had released them. The oppressive air around her felt lighter, and the oppressive shadows had receded. The house, once alive with dark energy, now felt strangely calm, almost like a deep breath, exhaled after years of suffocating. The sky above her was the same brilliant blue, and the earth beneath her feet solid once again. Everything was as it should be, except for the hollow echo in her chest that had not yet fully gone away. Lena opened her eyes and looked around. The house was in ruins, its walls crumbling and the floor long since eaten by time. There was nothing left but the ghosts of what had once been, yet it felt different now. There was no need to flee anymore, no need to escape. But the silence, it was unnerving. She didn't know what had happened to the rest of the house's curse, to the darkness that had once surrounded her. But there was one thing she was certain of: the house was not gone. It wasn't entirely destroyed. No. The house had always been more than just the walls and the rooms. It was an extension of her. And though the house had crumbled, it lingered in her mind, in her soul. The reflection, the shadow, it wasn't just the house that had been shattered. It was her own perception of herself. Lena swallowed hard, looking down at her hands. They trembled slightly, but the tremor was no longer one of fear. It was something else, an acknowledgement, a knowing. Her grandmother's voice, once filled with sorrow. now whispered to her from the back of her mind, as though it had always been there. You are more than the reflection, Lena. More than the house. The darkness that binds you isn't something you can banish, but you can live with it. You can walk with it and find peace. The words filled Lena's heart not with dread, but with a profound sense of calm. She could feel the weight of them settling into her chest, grounding her, live with it. Lena murmured to herself, almost as if testing the words out. Live with it. It wasn't about destroying the darkness anymore. It wasn't about making the shadows disappear. It was about learning to live alongside them, to find a balance. The house, the curse. Had it ever really been about escape? Or was it about understanding, about coming to terms with the things we fear most about ourselves? Lena closed her eyes again, breathing in the air that now felt clearer than it had in so long. She let the silence envelop her, letting the stillness wash over her. For once, she didn't feel the pull of the mirror, the weight of the curse, or the pressure of the house's demands. She was standing alone, outside of the house, in the open air, unburdened and free. But the feeling didn't last long. A sudden shift in the air made her snap her eyes open. A ripple, a disturbance, like the flicker of a shadow that passed over her. Her stomach dropped as she instinctively stepped back, the familiar sense of unease creeping up her spine. Something was here. Lena turned around slowly, her gaze falling back toward the house's remnants. The ashes, the dust, the crumbled walls, all of it seemed to breathe again, shifting in ways that were far too unnatural. The ground beneath her feet trembled slightly. And then, from the wreckage of the house, a figure stepped forward. It wasn't human, at least not entirely. It was a shape, dark and shifting like smoke, its edges blurry, as though it were neither part of this world nor the next. The figure was tall, towering, and the shadows wrapped around it like tendrils, twisting and undulating in an unsettling dance. Lena's breath caught in her throat, but she didn't back away this time. She had faced the mirror. She had faced herself. She had accepted the darkness within her. She wouldn't run. Not anymore. The figure moved closer, the air around it cold and charged. It reached out its hand toward her, its fingers long and elongated, like twisted branches reaching for the sky. And then it spoke. Lena. The voice was deep, resonating, but distant, like an echo from a faraway place. It was a voice that carried the weight of centuries, of things that had never fully been understood. Lena's knees locked in place as the figure's voice washed over her. You think you've freed yourself, but you have only begun to understand. The house is not done with you. Lena stepped forward, her resolve hardening like iron. It's done. The house is gone. The figure's eyes, if it had eyes, burned with an otherworldly fire. The house is never gone, Lena. It is you. It is in you. The mirror's power was never the source. You are the key. You always have been. Lena's stomach twisted. The house, was she the house? Had the house ever really been separate from her? She had shattered the mirror, yes. She had destroyed the walls, but the darkness, the house, it had never been confined to the building. It had always been inside her. And now, the figure, this presence, was reminding her of that truth. You are the house. It repeated, its voice now a low growl that resonated through her chest. You are the one who holds the door open. Lena shook her head, fighting against the words, against the terror they sought to impose. No, I won't let you control me anymore. The figure did not reply. Instead, it reached its hand toward her, the shadows enveloping her once again, wrapping around her like chains. This time, the darkness felt different. Heavier, more suffocating. It was not just the house reaching for her, but the reflection, the curse that she had so long fought against. It had found its way back into her heart. But this time, she would not let it win. I am not yours, Lena said, her voice filled with a quiet strength that surprised even her. She had faced the house. she had faced herself, and now she faced the truth. The darkness recoiled. The figure in front of her faltered for the briefest moment, and in that instant, Lena knew she was no longer a victim. She was no longer the puppet of the house's will. She was no longer bound to its curse. She had found her power, and no shadow, no reflection, could claim her again. "I am free," Lena whispered, standing tall before the figure. The darkness recoiled further, retreating into the shadows where it came from, shrinking, faltering, until it dissipated entirely. For the first time, Lena felt the weight of the silence, and it was not suffocating anymore. It was peaceful. She turned and walked away from the ruins of the house, the weight of the past falling away behind her. She was no longer bound by its walls. She was no longer trapped in its endless cycle. And though the shadow of the house would always linger within her, Lena had taken the final step. She had walked through the door, and now the world beyond was hers to face. With nothing left to fear, Lena's footsteps echoed in the stillness as she walked away from the ruins of the house. Every step felt like it carried a new weight, a new understanding. The world stretched out before her, endless and open, like a canvas waiting for its first stroke of color. The light, once dim and distorted by the shadow of the house, now bathed the land in a soft, golden glow. The air around her was crisp, fresh, as though she were stepping into a new world. One that wasn't tainted by the darkness she had carried for so long. The past felt distant now, like a fading memory, though its weight would never truly leave her. She could still feel the echoes of the house, the whispers of the mirror, and the presence that had haunted her every step. But now, those echoes seemed quieter, more like a distant rumble than the constant thunder that had once dominated her life. She had come to terms with the darkness within her, had accepted that it was part of who she was. But she had also learned that it didn't define her. It didn't control her. Lena stopped for a moment, closing her eyes and letting the wind sweep through her hair. She hadn't realized how long it had been since she'd simply been. Since she'd stood outside, beneath the sky, with nothing but the present moment before her. It felt like a lifetime since she'd been able to truly breathe without fear clawing at her insides. The path ahead of her was open, but it was also unfamiliar. The road she had walked had been so tangled in darkness, so steeped in the weight of her past, that the freedom she felt now was almost overwhelming. There were no walls here, no house to constrain her, just the open air and the endless horizon. But the question lingered, what now? What did freedom even mean after everything she had been through? What could she possibly do with a future that stretched out in front of her like a blank page? She didn't have an answer. And maybe, just maybe, that was okay. For once, Lena wasn't burdened by the need for a plan, a path. The house had taken so much from her, but it had also taught her one thing: sometimes the most powerful thing was simply the act of moving forward, of taking one step into the unknown. Lena looked back one last time at the ruins of the house. It was hard to let go of something so all-encompassing, something that had shaped her life for so long. But it was broken now, like so much else in her past. And she couldn't keep looking backward, not when there was so much of life left to experience. With a final glance, she turned her back on it. The road stretched out before her, winding gently through the land. The world beyond the ruins felt vast and alive, full of possibility and uncertainty. But for the first time, Lena didn't feel afraid. The unknown was no longer something to be feared. It was something to be embraced. As she began to walk forward, the whisper of the house still lingered in her mind. But it was no longer the oppressive force it had once been. It was a memory, a part of her, but one that didn't need to control her every step. She had accepted it. She had learned from it. But now, it was time to move on. Lena had crossed through the threshold of her own darkness and emerged on the other side. She didn't know what the future held. There would be more challenges, more obstacles. She knew that. But the thing that had always held her back, the fear of what lay inside her, the fear of the house, the mirror, the reflection, was gone. Lena took a deep breath, savoring the freedom that stretched out in front of her. And as she walked into the horizon, she knew this was only the beginning. The house had always been her past. Now, it was time for her to create her own future. The journey ahead was hers to write. The horizon stretched before her like an uncharted sea, an expanse filled with both uncertainty and possibility. Each step Lena took brought her further away from the ruins, from the shadow of the house. And yet, she couldn't shake the feeling that the road ahead wasn't entirely empty. The past she had left behind might no longer be her prison, but its echoes were still present. Whispers just out of reach, fragments of memory that would never fully fade. She wasn't naive enough to believe that the darkness she had lived through would never resurface. It had been a part of her, had shaped her, and in some ways, it always would be. The thing about darkness, she realized, was that it wasn't something you could completely erase. It wasn't a foe you could fight until it was gone. The best you could do was learn to live with it, to understand it, and most importantly, to not let it control you. And in that moment, Lena knew she was ready to live her life on her own terms. The days that followed felt like a series of small, deliberate steps. She traveled without a destination in mind, no specific place to go, no clear path. But the uncertainty no longer felt suffocating. It felt liberating. As she walked across fields that seemed endless, with each mile she put behind her, the weight on her shoulders grew lighter. She had left the physical remnants of the house behind, but the journey was far from over. Each day brought new faces, new places. The world was vast, full of people and stories and moments she had yet to experience. But there were also the quiet nights, the moments alone in her thoughts when the past would come rushing back. The fear, the mirror, the reflection. It was during one of these quiet nights that Lena realized something. She hadn't truly been alone during her journey. Not in the way she had thought. She had carried the lessons she learned from the house with her. Lessons of strength, resilience, and acceptance. But there was also something else. Something she hadn't fully understood until now, the importance of connection. She had spent so long trying to fight against herself, trying to break free from the grip of the house and the reflection of her own soul. But in doing so, she had isolated herself. She had built walls, not just around her heart, but around the parts of her that needed to heal. The parts of her that needed others. Lena had learned to face the darkness within her, but in doing so, she had to face the truth she couldn't do it alone forever, and so she began to reach out. At first, it was small, a simple conversation with a fellow traveler at a roadside inn, a shared meal with someone who had experienced their own journey of hardship. It was an awkwardness at first, a hesitation in her heart, but with each interaction, each new person she met, Lena felt the walls she had built around herself slowly begin to crumble. She learned their stories, of loss, of survival, of hope, and in return, she shared her own, speaking of the house, of the reflection, of the darkness that had once consumed her. Each time she spoke, the weight of her past grew lighter, and the connections she forged with others felt like threads weaving together the fabric of a new reality. Days turned into weeks. Lena continued her journey, but now, with a new sense of purpose. She wasn't just moving through the world anymore, she was becoming a part of it. Each new encounter, each person she met, added a new layer to her understanding of herself. And the darkness, it was still there, of course, but it was quieter now. It didn't consume her as it once had. It had been tamed, not by force, but by acceptance. One evening, as the sky began to shift from the soft hues of sunset to the deep blue of twilight, Lena found herself in a small village tucked away between rolling hills. She had been walking for hours, her legs tired and sore, and the quiet beauty of the place seemed to invite her in. She wandered down the cobblestone streets, the warmth of the evening sun still lingering in the air, until she came across a small tavern. Inside, the smell of roasting meat and fresh bread filled the air, and the soft murmur of conversation created a sense of comfort. Lena hesitated only for a moment before stepping inside. The innkeeper, a kind-faced woman with a welcoming smile, greeted her. "Traveling far, are we?" she asked, noticing Lena's wary expression. Lena nodded, smiling back. "Yes, far and wide. You look like someone who could use a meal and a bed," the innkeeper said, gesturing to an empty table by the window. "Sit, rest. The road will be here tomorrow." And so, Lena did. She sat by the window, looking out at the stars beginning to appear in the darkening sky. A young man came over to take her order, and as they spoke, Lena found herself telling him about the journey that had brought her here. Not the darkness or the house, but the road she had traveled, the people she had met, and the things she had learned along the way. She found herself laughing, a light, carefree sound that felt strange and wonderful at the same time. She hadn't laughed like that in years. The night passed quietly, and before long, Lena retired to the small room the innkeeper had given her. As she lay in the bed, looking up at the ceiling, a strange sense of peace settled over her. It wasn't perfect. There were still moments when the past crept in, when the shadows of the house threatened to return. But she had learned that peace wasn't the absence of darkness. It was the ability to move forward despite it. For the first time in what felt like forever, Lena slept soundly. Her dreams were no longer filled with shadows or mirrors or reflections. Instead, they were filled with light. And in the morning, when she woke, the sun was already rising over the horizon, painting the world in shades of gold and amber. She was ready. The road ahead was still uncertain, but that no longer scared her. She had faced the darkness. She had faced herself. And now, the journey ahead was hers to shape. The house, the mirror, the curse, they were all behind her now, and in the quiet hum of the world around her, Lena knew she had found the one thing she had been searching for all along: the freedom to live. And with that, she walked forward into the new day, where the horizon was wide and full of possibility. A new dawn had come, and it was hers to embrace. Lena stood on the doorstep of the small village inn, her pack slung over her shoulder, the rising sun casting its golden light over the land. The road ahead seemed endless, stretching far beyond the horizon. She could feel the weight of the day's beginning, a fresh start, a new chapter. Her heart was light, but her thoughts were still muddled, filled with the faces she had met, the places she had visited, and the people she had left behind. It had been weeks since she had left the ruins of the house behind, but it still lingered in her memories like the faintest scent of something sweet and bitter at once. The darkness would always be a part of her. That was something she had come to accept. But the house, the curse, it was no longer her identity. She was Lena, a traveler, a wanderer in search of her own truth. The path ahead was wide and uncertain, yet for the first time, Lena didn't feel the need to rush forward. She felt no pressure to carve out a future or fill in the blank pages that stretched ahead of her. She had spent so long searching for answers, but now, she realized the answer had always been in the journey itself. It was a strange and beautiful realization. She no longer needed to know exactly where she was going. She didn't need to have all the answers. What mattered was what lay in each new encounter, in every step she took, and the moments of quiet reflection that shaped her along the way. As she began walking down the path leading out of the village, Lena couldn't help but smile at the simplicity of it all. She had spent so much of her life bound by fear, by the belief that the darkness was something to fight, to destroy. But it wasn't about destruction. It was about living alongside it, accepting it as part of who she was and moving forward, regardless of it. Her fingers brushed the edge of her pack, where she carried a few belongings, some clothes, a journal, a map, and a small stone she had found in the ruins of the house. The stone was smooth, a deep shade of onyx, its surface reflecting the light in strange, unpredictable ways. It was a reminder, a token of the journey she had been on, and of the fact that everything had led her to this moment. She had been running for so long, running from the house, from herself, from the memories that haunted her. But now, she was walking freely. It was a small, almost imperceptible difference, but it meant the world to her. She was no longer running from something. She was walking toward whatever came next. The road ahead curved and dipped, the countryside changing as she moved. She passed fields and streams, the occasional traveler going in the opposite direction, some with stories to share, others too caught up in their own lives to speak. But each encounter left its mark on her, adding to the mosaic of who she was becoming. And then, as the sun reached its zenith, Lena arrived at a crossroads. The path she had been following split into two directions. One path led toward a dense forest, the trees thick and imposing, their shadows stretching long across the ground. The other path led up a gentle hill, with a small village perched at the top, the chimneys curling with smoke. It looked peaceful, inviting, and familiar. She stood there for a moment, considering her options. She could follow the path to the village, find new faces, new stories, and perhaps a place to rest. Or she could venture into the forest, toward the unknown, where the trees whispered secrets, and the air was thick with the promise of discovery. There was no right answer. No way of knowing which choice would bring her what she needed most. Lena looked up at the sky, at the endless expanse that stretched above her. The clouds moved lazily across the blue, and for a moment, she felt small in the grand scheme of it all. But it wasn't an uncomfortable feeling. It was a reminder that there were so many paths, so many possibilities, and each one was just a step toward something new. She smiled to herself, a sense of peace settling over her like a blanket. The choice didn't matter. She didn't need to know what came next. She didn't need to force anything. All she had to do was choose and let the journey unfold as it was meant to. With a deep breath, Lena made her decision. She turned toward the forest, her feet carrying her toward the unknown. The path was thick with shadows, the trees whispering in the wind, but Lena felt no fear. She had walked through darkness before. She knew what it was like to be lost and to find herself again. As she walked into the forest, the sounds of the world faded behind her. The air was cooler here, the ground soft with moss, the trees towering above her like silent sentinels. The forest was alive in its own way, humming with secrets, with memories of all who had passed through. And Lena felt a strange connection to it, as though it had always been waiting for her. There were no mirrors here, no reflections to fear. Just the trees, the earth, and the endless sky above. Lena knew she was no longer running. She was walking toward her own story, her own truth. And in the silence of the forest, she understood that sometimes the most important part of the journey wasn't the destination. It was the freedom to keep moving forward, to let the road reveal itself as she walked. The house, the mirror, the reflection, they were all behind her now. But the lessons she had learned would stay with her, guiding her as she continued on this endless journey, step by step, toward whatever came next. And as she disappeared into the shade of the trees, Lena felt the faintest stir of the wind at her back, like a whisper, not of the house, but of something new, a beginning. Her future was wide open, and she was ready. The forest was quiet, save for the occasional rustling of leaves and the distant call of birds. The air was thick with the scent of pine and damp earth, cool and refreshing against the warmth of the sun. The path beneath Lena's feet was uneven, covered in soft moss and fallen branches. She moved with a kind of deliberate ease, her senses sharpened by the solitude, by the simple act of walking. It was strange, the feeling she had here. The forest was dense, its trees towering above her like old guardians, their gnarled branches intertwining to form a canopy that shielded the ground from the harsh light. It felt like a place of history, a place where time slowed down. As she walked deeper into the forest, the outside world seemed to fade away, leaving only the immediate present, the crunch of leaves beneath her boots, the wind stirring the branches, the shadows that flickered and shifted in the dappled sunlight. She couldn't help but smile. In the midst of the silence, the shadows, the quiet hum of the forest, Lena found herself feeling more at peace than she had in a long time. There was no need for answers here. No need to chase after a future she could not yet understand. She had no plan, no destination in mind, and for the first time in her life, that felt right. The idea of simply being, of moving through life without the pressure of having to figure it all out, was liberating. The forest had no expectations. It simply was. She walked for hours, the light shifting as the sun began its descent toward the horizon. The trees around her stood like ancient sentinels, watching over her as she moved deeper into the forest, drawn by an invisible force that seemed to guide her. The further she walked, the more she felt the weight of the forest's presence, as though it were alive, breathing with her. It was strange, comforting, yet unsettling. The stillness of the place wrapped around her like a blanket, but there was something else beneath it. A kind of waiting. A sense that the forest had been expecting her, had always been waiting for her to arrive. And then, as the light began to wane, she noticed something in the distance. Through the thickening trees, a faint glow, as if something was reflecting the last light of the day. She moved toward it instinctively, curiosity pulling her forward. The path led her to a small clearing, a hollow within the forest where the trees stood apart, their trunks twisted and ancient, their roots curling into the earth like fingers reaching for the sky. In the center of the clearing stood a stone well, weathered by time and covered in moss. The stone was rough and gray, and the rim of the well was covered with ivy, almost as if nature had taken its claim on it. The faint glow she had seen was coming from the water within the well, a soft, shimmering light that seemed to pulse with an inner rhythm, like the heartbeat of the earth itself. Lena approached slowly, the sound of her footsteps muffled by the soft earth. She peered over the edge of the well, gazing into the water. At first, she couldn't see anything beyond the shimmering surface. But as her reflection rippled in the water, something else appeared, something she hadn't expected. The image in the water wasn't just her reflection. It was her past, not just the house, but moments she had long since forgotten. Faces, places, events, flashes of her life, glimpses of who she was before the darkness, before the house, before the curse. Her reflection wavered, the images shifting, blurring with the ripples of the water. She leaned closer, her heart beating faster now. She saw herself as a child, laughing in a meadow, her grandmother's voice calling her name from a distance. She saw herself, older now, standing before the house, the door creaking open as the shadow inside beckoned her forward. And then, there were flashes of moments she hadn't even realized she had carried with her. The look in someone's eyes, the warmth of a hand on her shoulder, the laughter of strangers she'd met on the road. But there was something else, something darker, something hidden among the fragments. A shadow moving just outside the edges of her vision. Something that lurked beneath the surface, waiting to pull her in. Lena's breath caught in her throat as she realized what it was. The reflection, the darkness she had fought so hard to escape, was still there, present in her heart. Not as a curse, but as a part of her. It was the thing she could not banish, the thing she had learned to live with. The well seemed to pulse with an energy of its own, the water shimmering, almost alive, as if it had been waiting for her to see this, waiting for her to understand that the darkness, the house, the curse, none of it had ever truly left her. It was in her, a part of her, and it always would be. But now, Lena realized there was no need to fight it. The reflection she had feared was not a monster, not a force that had control over her. It was a mirror of who she was. The darkness was simply a part of her journey, a part of the story that had shaped her, but it no longer defined her. She stepped back from the well, her heart still racing, but there was a sense of calm within her. The forest had shown her something she hadn't expected. It hadn't promised answers or resolutions. It had shown her that the past was simply a part of the road she had traveled, a part of what had made her who she was. And that was enough. Lena looked up at the sky as the stars began to emerge, their light twinkling softly in the darkening night. The world around her felt different now. It wasn't just the forest or the well, it was her. She had learned to accept what was within her, the darkness and the light. She had learned to walk alongside both. The journey ahead was still uncertain, but for the first time in a long time, Lena felt that she was ready. She was no longer burdened by the past, or weighed down by the shadows. She was free to move forward, to take each step with purpose, knowing that she didn't have to have all the answers. The night embraced her as she stepped away from the well, the trees standing tall around her like old friends, their branches reaching toward the sky. The road ahead was hers to walk, and she would walk it, one step at a time, without fear, without regret. Lena had faced the darkness, she had embraced the shadows, and now she was free. For the first time, the road ahead felt endless, and that was all she needed. Lena walked further into the forest, the weight of the well's revelation still lingering in her chest. The stillness of the night had settled around her, the air now cool with the deepening dusk. The forest was alive, but it was quiet, comforting in its silence. Her footsteps were steady, the path beneath her feet soft and uneven. She didn't know where the road would take her, but that thought no longer frightened her. She had stopped trying to control her journey. In a way, the forest had given her a gift. It had shown her that there was no need for certainty, no need for a defined destination. The past, the house, the mirror. They were pieces of the puzzle that made her who she was, but they didn't define her anymore. The darkness, too, was a part of her, but it no longer felt like a threat. It was simply something she carried, like a scar that had healed over time. She could live with it, and in time she would come to accept it completely. The road ahead was quiet, but Lena felt a strange tension in the air, as though the forest itself was holding its breath. It was then that she realized the path she was following was no longer straight. It had begun to wind, turning in on itself, looping through dense thickets and tangled undergrowth. There was a peculiar stillness to the woods now, a deep hush that made her pause. She could feel it, a presence. The kind of presence that makes the air seem thicker, the shadows longer. It was subtle at first, like the faintest brush of a breeze across her skin, but it was undeniable. Something was watching her, something from deep within the forest. Lena stopped, her eyes narrowing as she scanned the surroundings. There was nothing visible at first, just the shadows of the trees, their branches reaching like dark arms toward the sky. But then, from the corner of her eye, she saw it. A flicker of movement. A shadow. A figure, standing just beyond the trees, barely visible in the dark. Her breath caught in her throat, and instinctively she took a step back. The figure didn't move, but it was there. Watching. Waiting. Lena hesitated. She didn't know why, but something in her gut told her that she should not run. She should not be afraid. She had faced far worse, far darker things than whatever this was. She had learned to face the unknown, to accept the parts of herself that frightened her. She gathered her courage, walking slowly toward the figure, each step measured, but not cautious. She was no longer controlled by fear. Whatever this was, it was part of the journey. Part of her journey. As she neared the figure, it began to take shape. It was tall, darker than the surrounding shadows, but not a shadow itself. Its form was like smoke, indistinct and shifting, and yet it held a presence that was undeniable. The more she looked, the more solid it seemed to become. It was not human, but it was not quite otherworldly either. It was something between. An entity that didn't belong to any one world, yet existed in all of them. Lena stopped a few feet away from it, watching it closely. "Who are you?" she asked, her voice steady, though her pulse quickened. She felt the strange weight of the moment, the quiet intensity that hung in the air. The figure didn't speak, but instead, it extended a hand toward her, the movement slow and deliberate. The fingers were long, elongated, and seemed to shimmer like the reflection in water. It was offering something. What, she didn't know, but she felt a strange pull toward it. Lena hesitated for a moment, but something deep inside her urged her forward. Slowly, carefully, she reached out. The moment her fingers brushed the figures, everything changed. The world around her rippled like water disturbed by a stone. The trees, the ground, the sky, they all bent, shifted, and then collapsed, fading into a dark, swirling void. The air grew thick, impossibly heavy, and the forest was no longer there. Lena felt herself falling. But it wasn't like any fall she had ever known. It was as though she were being pulled into the earth itself, into a place where gravity no longer existed, where the boundaries between time and space didn't make sense. And then, just as suddenly, the sensation stopped. Lena blinked, her breath coming in quick gasps, and when she opened her eyes, she found herself standing in a place unlike any she had ever seen before. It wasn't the forest. It wasn't the village. It wasn't even the house she had left behind. The world before her was barren, vast and desolate, stretching endlessly in every direction. The sky was a strange hue, neither day nor night, as if the sun had never truly set or risen. The ground was cracked and dry, as though the earth itself had been abandoned, left to rot. There were no trees, no plants, no signs of life, only dust and silence. The air was still, and yet there was a faint hum, a vibration that came from deep within the earth. Lena's chest tightened as she looked around, trying to make sense of where she was. The air here felt different, like it was pressing against her, pulling her in. And yet, the longer she stood in the emptiness, the more she felt that something was watching her, something waiting in the vast nothingness. A figure appeared in the distance, moving toward her at a steady pace. It was cloaked in shadow, but as it came closer, the figure revealed itself. It was a woman, tall and ethereal, her face hidden behind a veil. Her movements were graceful, almost flowing, as though she were part of the air, part of the earth itself. When she spoke, her voice was soft, almost melodic, but there was an edge to it, an ancient, sorrowful weight. "You have come far," the woman said, her voice reverberating in the silence. "But there are still things you do not understand." Lena stood still, unsure of how to respond. Her mind raced, trying to comprehend the strange world around her, the sense of familiarity and alienness that coexisted within it. "What is this place?" Lena finally asked, her voice steady despite the overwhelming sense of disorientation. The woman stepped closer, her face still hidden, but the energy around her was undeniable. "This is not a place of answers," the woman replied. "This is a place of reflection, the place where the boundaries of the worlds meet. Here, what you have learned can either bind you or free you, but you must choose as you have always chosen." Lena's heart skipped. It felt as though the woman's words were meant to be understood, but they were also just beyond her grasp. She wanted to ask more questions, to demand answers, but the stillness of the world pressed down on her like a weight. The woman's hand extended once more, but this time, it wasn't an offer of connection. It was an invitation to something deeper. "You have already crossed the threshold, Lena," the woman said softly, her voice echoing like a distant memory. "But there is another choice. A choice you must make, not for yourself, but for everything." Lena's eyes flickered to the woman's outstretched hand. There was no fear in her chest, only curiosity. The path was still unknown, still shifting, but she knew one thing for sure now. Her journey was far from over, and the next step was hers to take. With a deep breath, she reached out, her fingers brushing against the woman's hand, and the world began to change again. The moment Lena's fingers touched the woman's hand, a surge of energy rippled through her, like a shockwave that passed through every fiber of her being. The world around her shimmered, as though the very fabric of reality was being stretched, pulled, and torn apart. The barren landscape dissolved into fragments, shifting between glimpses of her past, moments of light, moments of darkness, places and faces she had long forgotten. Her vision blurred, and she could feel the weight of time pressing down on her, as if it were collapsing in on itself. The woman's voice, calm and steady, filled her mind, guiding her through the disorienting chaos. "You stand at the edge of two worlds, Lena," the woman said, her voice clearer now, as though it was both everywhere and nowhere at once. "You have already crossed the threshold of your own soul. You have faced the darkness, accepted it as part of who you are. But there is still a choice ahead of you. A choice that will shape not only your fate, but the fate of what lies beyond." Lena felt herself falling again, this time not through the earth, but through something deeper. She couldn't understand it, couldn't see it, but she could feel it. The weight of choice, the gravity of the moment. The air around her seemed thick with possibility, swirling with something ancient and heavy. "Choice," Lena whispered, her voice trembling. "What kind of choice? What does it mean?" The woman did not answer immediately. Instead, she guided Lena's hand through the darkness, leading her deeper into the realm where time no longer made sense. It felt as though they were moving through layers of reality, worlds stacked upon one another, each one more fragile than the last. There were glimpses, flashes of lives that were not her own, but somehow felt familiar: a child running through a field, a lover's embrace, the light of dawn breaking over a mountain, the silence of a room just before a storm. Lena gasped, overwhelmed by the images, the sensation of being pulled through the very threads of the universe. The ground beneath her feet was no longer solid. It was fluid, ever changing, like a reflection in a mirror that kept shifting. Everything that has been, everything that will be, is a reflection of choice. The woman's voice spoke again, softer this time, but filled with a heavy sorrow. "And you, Lena, stand at the center of it all. The darkness that you have accepted, the mirror you have shattered, it is all part of a greater balance. You must decide if you will continue the path forward, or if you will return." Lena felt her heart race. The weight of the words hit her like a flood. "Return," she repeated, confusion creeping into her voice. "Return where? What do you mean?" The woman's form began to fade, becoming less defined, less tangible, as if she were made of smoke. The edges of her figure blurred, but her presence remained, unwavering. "The choice is yours, Lena," she said, her voice now a gentle murmur. "You can return to the world you once knew, where the echoes of the past will continue to shape your path, the darkness, the house, the reflection. They will remain with you, as they always have. Or you can move forward. You can step beyond the boundaries of what you've known and enter a new world, one that is free from the ties that bind you." Lena's breath caught in her throat as she stood there, surrounded by swirling memories and visions of her past. A new world. She had already destroyed the house. She had already shattered the mirror. She had walked through the darkness and come out on the other side. But to move forward into something completely new, a reality where the past no longer existed. The thought was both exhilarating and terrifying. She felt the weight of the decision pressing down on her, the pull of both worlds at once. The house, the curse, the reflection. It had all been so much a part of her, so much a part of her journey. Could she really leave it all behind? Could she walk away from everything that had shaped her? Her heart beat faster as she thought about the people she had met along the way, the faces she had encountered in villages, the quiet moments by the fire, the shared laughter and shared pain. Could she leave all of that behind too? Was she truly ready to step into a world she could not see, a world where the future was completely unknown? The woman's voice returned, almost a whisper this time. The choice is not just about leaving or staying, Lena. It's about what you become. Lena closed her eyes, her hands trembling. She felt the weight of the past, yes, but also the weight of what lay ahead. There was no turning back, no undoing the path she had walked. But she had come so far. She had faced the mirror, the darkness, the reflection, and now she was standing at the precipice of something greater, something entirely new. She opened her eyes and turned toward the path ahead, the one that stretched out into the unknown. Move forward, the woman's voice whispered one last time, fading into the distance. The world is yours to shape. Lena took a step forward, and as her foot touched the ground, the world around her shifted. The darkness began to fade, the swirling chaos slowly settling into something more solid, more familiar. The forest, the world. Everything began to take shape again, but this time it felt different. The air was clearer, the colors more vibrant. It was as if she were waking from a long, dreamless sleep. She was no longer in the barren realm, no longer bound by the remnants of the house. She was standing in a clearing, the trees around her tall and ancient, their leaves shimmering with the last light of dusk. The ground beneath her feet felt solid, real, and for the first time, Lena felt the weight of something different. A kind of peace, a quiet assurance that the path she had chosen was the right one. The horizon before her was wide, endless, but it didn't feel overwhelming anymore. It felt full of possibility. She could see the outline of a distant mountain range, a river winding its way through the land, and scattered villages in the distance. It was a world waiting to be discovered, and she was ready to walk it, step by step, without fear. Lena breathed in deeply, the cool evening air filling her lungs. She could hear the rustling of leaves, the distant call of birds, and the faint sound of a stream nearby. It was peaceful. It was home. Her past, the house, the reflection. They were behind her now. But the journey, the real journey, was just beginning. And for the first time in her life, Lena felt truly free. She took another step forward, her path stretching out before her like an open book. And this time, she knew. She was the one who would write the next chapter. She was no longer bound by anything, except for the choices she would make from this moment on. With the weight of her past now gently behind her, Lena stepped into the world that awaited her. And as the night deepened, the stars above shone brighter, as though guiding her onward. The road was hers. Lena's footsteps were steady, unhurried. As she walked through the soft earth of the forest clearing, the wind had picked up slightly, rustling the leaves of the ancient trees around her, filling the air with a soft murmur of nature. It felt like a place that had existed long before her and would continue to do so long after she was gone. A timeless sanctuary that held its secrets beneath the calm surface. Her hand brushed against the rough bark of one of the towering trees as she passed, feeling the pulse of life that coursed through it. It was grounding, this connection to the earth, to the natural world. In the midst of everything she had experienced, This simple act of walking, of being in the world, was both a return and a beginning. Lena looked around, taking in the landscape. The path she was walking on seemed to wind in and out of the forest, toward distant hills that were bathed in the last light of day. Her eyes followed the path as it disappeared into the distance, but she didn't feel the urge to rush toward it, as she once might have. There was no need for haste anymore. She had come to understand that the journey was not just about the destination. It was about the steps in between, the small moments of connection, of understanding, of growth. As the sun dipped lower, the sky shifted in colors, vibrant oranges and soft purples blending into the darkening blue. It was beautiful, and for the first time in a long time, Lena felt a sense of peace settle deep within her. The storm of emotions, the weight of the past, the darkness that had followed her, they were still there, but no longer a constant presence. They were part of her, yes, but they did not define her. She had left the house, the mirror, the curse behind her. The ghosts that haunted her had receded into the past. And though their presence would linger in the back of her mind, they no longer controlled her actions or her thoughts. She reached the top of a small hill, where the ground flattened out and the trees thinned, offering a sweeping view of the land below. The village she had seen earlier was closer now, nestled in a valley, its rooftops catching the last rays of sunlight. But it wasn't the village that drew Lena's gaze. It was the river winding through the valley, its surface glinting in the fading light. The river was a reminder of something, of flow, of movement, of change. Lena stood at the edge of the hill, watching the water below as her thoughts turned inward. She had spent so long searching for something, answers meaning freedom. She had believed that if she could just destroy the house, escape the curse, face the darkness, she would be free. And in a way she was. But there was still something more, something she had yet to fully understand. The journey wasn't about destroying everything that had come before her. It was about integrating it into her life, learning to carry the past with her, but not letting it shape every decision she made. The shadows would always be there, just as the light would. And it was okay. She didn't have to escape them anymore. Lena turned and continued down the path, her pace steady but unhurried. The evening was settling in around her, the air cool and refreshing. She could feel the world, the earth beneath her feet, grounding her, reminding her that she was part of something greater, something much older than the struggles of her past. As she walked, she found herself becoming aware of every small detail, the texture of the ground beneath her boots, the call of a distant owl, the faint smell of moss and wildflowers in the air. She was alive, she was here, and for the first time, it felt enough. The road ahead was still uncertain. But that wasn't something that troubled her anymore. There would be new choices, new challenges, new beginnings. And with each step, she knew she would grow stronger, more connected to the world around her. She reached the village by nightfall, its lights twinkling like stars against the dark landscape. The streets were quiet, the soft hum of conversation rising from the few houses she passed. She didn't know anyone here, and yet, for some reason, it felt familiar. The warmth of the hearth fires, the distant laughter, the smells of freshly baked bread, these were all simple, comforting things. Things she had missed in her travels. Lena made her way to the small inn, where the door opened with a soft creak as she entered. The innkeeper, an older woman with gray hair and kind eyes, greeted her warmly. "You've come a long way, haven't you?" the innkeeper said, her voice gentle. Lena smiled softly, feeling the weight of her journey. "Yes, a long way. You're welcome to stay here for the night," the woman continued, ushering her inside. "We've got a fire going, and I've just finished making some stew. You look like you could use a good meal." Lena nodded gratefully, her stomach growling at the thought of a warm meal. The inn was small but cozy, its stone walls lined with old wood beams and flickering candlelight. The warmth from the fire enveloped her as she took a seat by the hearth, the crackling sound of the flames soothing her senses. As she ate, the innkeeper told her stories of the village, of the people who lived there, and the travelers who passed through. Lena listened quietly, savoring the food and the feeling of being settled for the first time in a long while. She didn't feel the need to share her own story yet. There was time for that later. For now, she was content to be here, in this quiet, peaceful place. When the meal was finished, the innkeeper gave Lena a room for the night. It was simple, but the bed was soft and the blankets warm. As she lay down, the exhaustion from her travels finally caught up with her, and she closed her eyes, letting the stillness of the night carry her into a deep, dreamless sleep. The next morning, when Lena woke, the sun was already rising, casting a soft light through the window. She stretched, feeling the warmth of the new day, and for the first time, the quiet voice inside her whispered, "You've made it." Lena smiled, standing up and walking to the window. The world outside was fresh, the sky clear and bright. The road ahead was still waiting, still uncertain, but Lena knew that wherever she went, whatever came next, she was ready. And as she walked out into the village, the sun shining on her face, she realized that freedom wasn't just in the places you went or the things you left behind. It was in the way you carried yourself, in the choices you made each day, and in the people you met along the way. The journey had always been about becoming, not just escaping. And now, Lena was free to become whatever came next. The rest of her story was hers to write. And for the first time, she couldn't wait to see where the road would take her. The morning sun bathed the village in a soft golden light, and the air was cool with the crispness of dawn. Lena stepped out into the quiet street, the cobblestones beneath her feet worn and familiar. There was something comforting about the slow pace of life here. The innkeeper had already gone to the market, and the soft murmur of conversation from the town square blended with the faint hum of birdsong in the trees. It was peaceful, a far cry from the chaos she had left behind. Lena stood for a moment, taking in the village. Her heart was still light, but her mind was full of questions. What now? Where would she go from here? The road ahead was still as uncertain as ever, but she had come to understand that uncertainty didn't need to be feared. It wasn't a curse. It was simply part of the journey. For the first time, she didn't feel the need to rush. There was no looming threat, no reflection haunting her steps. She was free to wander, to explore, to experience the world as it was. No longer burdened by a past that sought to define her, Lena had learned that the beauty of life lay in its unpredictability. She took a deep breath, feeling the weight of the decision she had made all those months ago, walking away from the house, leaving the mirror and the reflection behind. But she knew she hadn't abandoned them entirely. They would always be a part of her, and that was okay. She had learned to coexist with the past, to let it shape her without allowing it to consume her. Now it was time to step forward, to embrace the present, and let the future unfold in its own time. As Lena wandered the streets of the village, she took in the small details. The laughter of children running through the square, the chatter of the townsfolk gathering around a stall to buy fresh bread, the way the light filtered through the leaves of the trees, casting dappled shadows on the ground. It was all so simple, so different from the weight of the house, the darkness, the years of running. She felt content. Eventually, she found herself by the river, where the water flowed gently over smooth stones, its surface glistening in the sunlight. The sound of the water was calming, and Lena stood there for a long moment, simply watching it flow, watching it move with purpose, without hesitation. It was a reminder that life, like the river, flowed forward. No matter what happened, no matter how uncertain the path might seem. It would always move forward. Lena sat down on a rock by the riverbank and closed her eyes for a moment, letting the cool breeze wash over her. The village, the people, the journey. It was all just part of the story, part of the road she had traveled. The past was behind her, but the future, the next step, was waiting to be written. A voice broke her reverie. Beautiful, isn't it? Lena turned to see a young woman standing a few feet away, a basket of fresh flowers tucked under her arm. She smiled at Lena warmly. It is, Lena replied, offering a gentle smile in return. I've never been in a place like this before. The woman nodded, sitting down beside her on the rock. I'm glad you found it. Most people pass through without noticing the simple things. But this place has a way of making you stop, making you see. Lena studied her for a moment. Her curiosity piqued. The woman had an air about her, a quiet strength and ease with the world around her. It was the kind of calm that Lena had come to admire during her journey. I've seen a lot, Lena said softly, but there's something about this place. It's different. It feels peaceful. It's the river, the woman said, her eyes on the flowing water. It has a way of quieting the noise in your mind. I don't know if you've heard the story of this river, but it's said that whoever drinks from its waters gains clarity. Not in the sense of knowing everything, but in knowing what matters, what you need to find peace. Lena smiled faintly, looking down at the river's surface as it shimmered in the light. I've had my share of storms, she said quietly. I think I'm starting to find the calm. The woman glanced at her, sensing something deeper in Lena's words. You've been through a lot, haven't you? Lena nodded slowly. I've been searching for something for a long time. I think I found it. The woman studied her for a moment, then nodded as though understanding something unspoken. The road isn't always easy, but it's yours to walk. The past doesn't have to haunt you unless you let it. And the future, well, it's full of possibilities. Lena felt something shift within her. The weight of the woman's words settled into her heart like a seed, and for the first time, she truly believed it. She had been so focused on the past, so determined to outrun it, to destroy it. But the past didn't have to control her anymore. She could carry it with her, yes, but she didn't have to let it define the woman she was becoming. The woman smiled, as if reading Lena's thoughts. The past will always be a part of you, but you don't have to be its prisoner. Not anymore. Lena felt the truth of those words resonate deep within her. She had spent so long trying to break free of what had bound her. But now, the chains were gone. The only thing left to do was move forward. Thank you, Lena said softly, a weight lifting from her chest. I think I've needed to hear that. The woman nodded, rising to her feet. We'd all need reminders sometimes. Take it easy. Enjoy this moment. The road will be there when you're ready to take the next step. Lena watched the woman walk away, her silhouette blending into the quiet village beyond. For a long while, she sat by the river, letting the peace of the moment wash over her, letting it sink deep into her bones. The world around her was calm, steady. The journey was never going to be perfect, but it didn't need to be. She had already faced the darkness, accepted it, and walked through it. Now she could finally live. And as the evening sky shifted to dusk, with the first stars beginning to twinkle, Lena knew that she was no longer running. She was simply being. The road ahead was still unknown, but for the first time in a long time, Lena felt ready to walk it. The evening drew in around Lena as she stood by the river, the water shimmering in the last rays of daylight. The sky above was a canvas of deep blues and purples, dotted with the first faint stars of the night. It felt like a moment suspended in time, a brief lull before the world rushed forward again. But Lena wasn't in a hurry anymore. She had learned to savor the stillness, to let the present moment sink in without rushing to fill it with what came next. For so long, she had sought the answers to her questions, searching for something, anything that could make sense of her past. She had been running from the house, the curse, the darkness within her. But now, she understood that running wasn't the way to move forward. It had never been about escaping. It had always been about learning to live alongside the shadows, to accept them as part of her story rather than something to fight against. The village behind her was quiet, the soft light of lanterns flickering in windows, the air rich with the smell of wood smoke and fresh bread. She had been here for a few days now, a temporary stop in her journey, but she had felt at home in the stillness, in the simplicity of life here. The people were kind, their lives uncomplicated by the struggles that had once consumed her. But still, a restless feeling stirred deep within her, a longing for something beyond this peaceful existence. She knew she couldn't stay here forever. She had found a sense of peace, yes, but there was still a part of her that called out for more, a pull to discover what lay beyond the horizon, to see what else the world had to offer. Lena turned away from the river, her heart beating in time with the quiet rhythm of the village. The road ahead was still there, waiting, as it always had. She didn't know where it would lead, but she had learned not to fear the uncertainty. The journey was hers to take, and it was up to her to decide how she wanted to shape it. She headed back to the inn, where the warmth of the fire greeted her. The innkeeper was busy tending to the hearth, the flames crackling and sending sparks into the air. The inn was quiet, its few patrons already retiring for the night. As Lena entered, the innkeeper looked up and smiled warmly, recognizing her familiar face. "You're out late tonight. What's been on your mind?" Lena smiled in return, her eyes bright with the promise of something new. "Just thinking about the future." The innkeeper set down her broom, her expression softening. "The future, huh? It's a funny thing, isn't it? Always waiting for you, and you never quite know when you're ready for it." Lena nodded, her fingers grazing the worn wood of the table. "I don't know if I'm ready, but I think I'm ready to move." The innkeeper chuckled softly, the lines of her face crinkling with the laugh. "You're a wanderer, aren't you? Not many people come through here and leave so quickly, but I can see it in your eyes. The world's still calling you." Lena paused, considering the words. She had been a wanderer for so long, seeking something, chasing the next horizon. But this time, she didn't feel the rush. The hunger to escape had subsided, and what was left was a quiet longing, a desire to experience the world not as something to conquer, but as something to witness. "Maybe it's not so much about finding something anymore," Lena said softly. "Maybe it's about discovering what I can give to it." The innkeeper smiled, her eyes glinting with understanding. "Ah, yes. That's a good way to think of it. The world gives you plenty. Sometimes, all it takes is a moment to realize you can give something back, too." Lena sat by the fire for a while longer, the warmth of the flames comforting against the cool night air. She wasn't sure what tomorrow would bring, but she knew she wasn't alone in it. The village, the people, the places she had traveled, it all had a purpose. Every step, every encounter, had shaped her, guided her to this moment. When Lena finally stood up to leave, the innkeeper nodded at her with a knowing smile. "Good travels, Lena. You'll find what you need, in your own time." Lena didn't have the words to explain what she was feeling, but the innkeeper's encouragement filled her with a quiet strength. She left the inn that night feeling lighter than when she had entered. The weight of expectation, the pressure to have everything figured out, had been lifted from her shoulders. She didn't need to have all the answers right now. The road would unfold before her, one step at a time. The night sky above was clear and vast, the stars twinkling like little points of light guiding her way. She stood for a moment in the middle of the village, taking it all in. The peacefulness of the moment, the beauty of the world that stretched out before her. It was no longer something to conquer, something to escape from. It was something to live in, something to experience with an open heart. The quiet hum of the village life surrounded her, and Lena felt the stirrings of something new inside her. An anticipation, a feeling that something was about to shift. She didn't know what it was, but she was ready for it. She had come far, and now, the world was waiting for her to take the next step. And for the first time in a long while, Lena was certain of one thing: whatever came next, she would be ready for it. She took a deep breath and began walking toward the distant road that led out of the village. The path unfolding before her as the stars shone down above. Her journey had only just begun. The night air was cool as Lena walked through the empty streets of the village, her steps steady and sure. The world around her was hushed, save for the distant sounds of the river and the occasional rustle of leaves. There was something peaceful about the solitude, something grounding about the way the world seemed to pause just for her. She had left the warmth of the inn behind, but the sense of peace she had felt there remained with her. The innkeeper's words echoed in her mind: "You'll find what you need in your own time." Lena smiled softly to herself. It wasn't so much a promise as it was a truth. She had been running for so long, searching for something beyond her reach, but now she understood. The search was never about finding a destination. It was about embracing each moment, each experience, no matter how fleeting. The road ahead stretched before her, winding gently toward the hills. It was a path she had traveled many times before, in different places, in different circumstances, but tonight it felt different. The air felt still, yet full of possibility. There were no pressing questions anymore, no burning need for answers. She had already made her choice, to walk forward, to embrace whatever came next. That in itself was enough. As she passed the edge of the village, the trees began to rise up around her, their branches thick with the dark shadows of night. The forest ahead was deep, its darkened heart untouched by the warmth of the village's glow. Lena's fingers brushed against the rough bark of a nearby tree as she walked, grounding herself in the stillness of the woods. The wind whispered through the leaves, carrying with it a quiet sense of longing, of something just out of reach. She had always been drawn to the wildness of the woods, to the way the trees seemed to hold secrets in their knotted trunks, their roots reaching deep into the earth. There was a connection here, a feeling that she belonged. The forest had a way of calling to her, of grounding her when she needed it most. And yet, there was something else in the air tonight, something unfamiliar, a slight tension that made the hairs on the back of her neck stand up. It wasn't the forest itself, not the peaceful stillness of nature, but something more. Lena paused in her tracks, her senses alert, her heart fluttered with a faint sense of unease. It wasn't fear, but an awareness, a sense that the path she was on was about to change. That something was waiting just beyond the veil of this quiet world. She scanned the darkness ahead, her breath steady, trying to make sense of the strange feeling that had settled in her chest. She felt drawn forward, pulled by something she couldn't explain. It was almost as though the forest itself was calling her deeper into its heart. A soft rustle of movement caught her attention, the sound barely audible above the gentle wind. She turned her head, but the darkness offered little in the way of answers. The path ahead was open, but it felt like a threshold, an entrance into something new, something unknown. Without fully realizing it, Lena took a step forward, drawn by an unseen force. The air seemed thicker here, more charged, as though the forest was alive, aware of her presence. She walked deeper, her footsteps quiet on the moss-covered ground, the soft glow of the moon casting eerie shadows on the trees around her. The feeling of being watched grew stronger with every step, and though she could not see what was there, Lena could sense it. A presence, something familiar and yet foreign. It wasn't a danger. No, this was something else. Something that beckoned her forward, something she could not ignore. Her hand instinctively reached out, brushing against another tree trunk, grounding herself again as she moved deeper into the woods. The path ahead remained unclear, and yet she felt it was the right way to go. The pull was irresistible. And then, in the distance, a figure emerged from the shadows. Lena stopped, her breath catching in her throat. The figure was tall, cloaked in a shadow that seemed to cling to them like a second skin. Their face was hidden, obscured by the darkness, but their presence was undeniable. There was no fear in Lena's chest, just curiosity and a strange understanding that whatever this figure was, it was part of her journey. For a long moment, neither moved. The figure didn't speak, and Lena didn't ask any questions. It wasn't necessary. She could feel the connection between them, a silent understanding that passed between them like an unspoken thread. Finally, the figure spoke, their voice soft and low, carrying the weight of something ancient. "You've come far, Lena, but you've only just begun." The words resonated deeply within her, and though they were simple, they held a profound truth. The path ahead was still long, still uncertain, but it was hers to walk, hers to shape. "I've come far," Lena said quietly, her voice steady despite the racing of her heart. "But I'm not sure where it leads." The figure stepped closer, the shadows swirling around them like a cloak, but their presence was calming, not threatening. They extended a hand toward her, offering it in quiet invitation. "Some roads lead us into the unknown," the figure said, "but they are the roads that shape us. You will find what you are looking for when the time comes." Lena's gaze flickered to the outstretched hand, and for a moment, she considered it. But she didn't need the figure's hand to show her the way. She had already found the strength within herself. The path was hers to walk alone, and it was time for her to choose how she would walk it. "I've learned that the journey is mine to make," she said, her voice firm with newfound resolve. "I don't need to know the destination. I just need to walk." The figure nodded, their face still obscured, but their presence seemed to shift. There was a faint smile in their voice as they spoke once more. "Then walk, Lena. But remember, the journey is never truly solitary. You carry the world with you, every step of the way." With that, the figure began to fade, their form dissolving into the shadows as quietly as they had appeared. Lena stood still for a long while, watching the spot where they had stood, the quiet forest around her filled with the weight of the words. The path ahead was still uncertain. The forest remained dark, mysterious. But now, Lena felt no fear. She felt a sense of peace, a quiet understanding that whatever lay ahead, she was ready. She took a deep breath and continued walking, the road stretching ahead of her, winding through the trees. The future, like the forest, was unknown, but that didn't matter anymore. She had come this far, and she knew that the road, whatever it held, was hers to walk. And with each step, she moved closer to the next chapter of her journey. The world was still waiting for her, and Lena was ready to meet it head-on. Lena continued walking through the forest, her path illuminated only by the dim light filtering through the trees. The air felt cool against her skin, the silence around her deep and constant. Yet there was something more, something beneath the stillness. A subtle hum, like a distant song woven into the fabric of the night. It was soft, almost imperceptible, but it was there, pulling at the edges of her awareness. The further she walked, the clearer the sound became. A quiet melody carried on the wind. It reminded her of the river she had seen earlier. Its steady flow, its rhythm. The river, she realized, was always moving, never stagnant, yet always steady. The forest, too, had its own rhythm, its own pulse. just like everything else in the world. Lena felt the pull of that song, felt the urge to follow it, even though she didn't know where it would lead her. Her steps quickened, and soon the forest began to thin, the trees parting to reveal a small clearing bathed in the soft light of the moon. In the center of the clearing was a river, its waters glistening in the night, flowing steadily through the landscape. The song she had heard came from the river, its sound carried by the ripples of the water as it danced over stones, weaving a melody that felt ancient, like a lullaby sung by the earth itself. Lena knelt by the river's edge, watching the water flow past her. The song of the river was calming, soothing, and it filled her heart with a sense of peace she hadn't realized she was missing. The rhythmic sound of the water reminded her of the flow of life, the constant motion of time, the passing of seasons, the ebb and flow of emotions. The river, in its quiet, relentless way, was telling a story, one that stretched far beyond her understanding. As she sat by the river, Lena felt an overwhelming sense of connection to it. It wasn't just the water or the sound. It was the idea of it, the understanding that it had been here long before her and would continue long after. The river was a symbol of continuity, of change, and of the way time moved through everything. It was constant, but always evolving. She reached out a hand, dipping her fingers into the cool water. It was refreshing, the sensation waking her senses, grounding her in the present moment. As she pulled her hand back, the river seemed to hum with a quiet energy, almost as though it was acknowledging her touch. Lena closed her eyes, letting the sound of the water wash over her. She didn't need to understand it, didn't need to have all the answers. She didn't have to control the current of her life. All she needed to do was let herself flow with it, just as the river did. The song of the river seemed to grow louder, the melody wrapping itself around her heart. It was an invitation, a call to surrender to the journey, to embrace the unknown. There would be twists and turns ahead, moments when the path grew unclear, or when the river's flow became turbulent. But Lena understood now that she didn't have to fear it. Life would continue to flow, no matter what. She had faced the darkness, faced the past, and now she was ready to embrace whatever came next. The future was uncertain, but that uncertainty was a part of the song. Just as the stillness was, just as the quiet moments of reflection were. It was all a part of the rhythm of life. With a deep breath, Lena stood, stepping back from the river's edge. The world around her felt still, as though it were holding its breath, waiting for her to make the next move. She didn't know where the road would lead her, or what she would find along the way, but she was no longer afraid. The song of the river was a reminder that life, like the water, would keep moving, keep flowing, and she would move with it. As she turned to leave the clearing, Lena felt a gentle peace settle over her. The night was quiet, the song of the river fading into the distance, but the memory of it remained with her, a quiet assurance that she was exactly where she needed to be. The path ahead was still uncertain, but for the first time, she didn't feel the need to search for the answers. The river had shown her that the journey was about the flow, not the destination. And with that understanding, Lena walked away, ready to embrace whatever the road had in store. The song of the river would guide her, and she would follow it, step by step, without fear. The world was wide, and it was hers to explore. Lena walked deeper into the night, the moonlight casting long shadows on the path ahead. The song of the river still hummed in her mind, a steady rhythm that kept time with her heartbeat. It was as though the journey itself had become a melody, a slow, gentle tune that invited her to move through the world with a sense of calm, without the urgency she had once felt. As the hours passed, the forest grew quieter, the air cooler. The trees thinned, and the landscape began to change again. The dense woods gave way to open fields, their tall grasses swaying gently in the breeze. The land stretched out in front of her, vast and empty, but somehow full of promise. The path that had seemed so winding and uncertain now appeared clearer, each step drawing her closer to an unknown destination. The world around her felt alive, yet still, as though it were waiting for her to listen. The soft whisper of the wind, the rustle of the grass, the distant calls of birds. All of it seemed to be part of the same conversation, the same song. She wasn't just walking through the world, she was becoming part of it. It was a quiet symphony, each note perfectly in tune with the rhythm of life. Lena paused for a moment, looking up at the sky. The stars shone brightly, their light pure and undisturbed by the noise of the world. She had spent so much of her life searching for something outside of herself, running toward what she thought she needed. But now, in the stillness of the night, she realized the truth. Everything she had been searching for had always been within her. Her reflection, the darkness, the curse, all of it had been a part of her, yes, but it did not define her. The past, with all its pain and struggle, had shaped her, but it was not the end of her story. She was still writing it, still moving forward, and the choices she made now were the ones that mattered. She didn't need to know where the path would lead. She didn't need to have all the answers. The journey, the walk itself, was enough. She started walking again, her steps light and steady, the cool air brushing against her skin. There was no rush anymore, no need to escape or to force her way through life. She had already faced the hardest parts of her journey, and now she was moving with the flow, allowing herself to be carried by the rhythm of the world. As the night wore on, she came upon a small village, its lights dim against the backdrop of the vast open fields. It was a quiet, peaceful place, the kind of village that felt timeless, untouched by the larger world. The houses were simple, nestled close together, with the faint glow of lanterns spilling from their windows. The streets were empty, save for the occasional figure, moving silently through the night. Lena felt a sense of welcome as she approached the village, a warmth in the air that made her feel at ease. She had walked for so long, and the quiet simplicity of this place was exactly what she needed. She didn't know how long she would stay, but for now, it felt right to pause, to rest and take in the stillness of the world. The first building she came across was a small tavern, its wooden sign creaking softly in the breeze. She hesitated for only a moment before walking inside. The warmth of the hearth greeted her, and the soft murmur of conversation filled the air. The innkeeper, a middle-aged man with a kind smile, looked up as she entered. "Good evening," he said, his voice warm. "It's a quiet night, a little late for travelers, but you're welcome to stay if you like." Lena nodded, a soft smile playing on her lips. "Thank you. I could use a warm meal and a place to rest." He nodded, leading her to a small table by the fire. She took a seat, feeling the comfort of the warmth wrap around her. The innkeeper brought her a simple meal of stew and bread, and as she ate, she listened to the soft conversation of the other patrons. Stories of the village, the seasons, the weather. It was a simple life, but it felt like exactly what she needed. There was no pressure here, no urgency to find something or prove anything. It was just life unfolding in its own time, in its own way. After the meal, Lena retired to a small room upstairs, the bed soft and welcoming. The quiet hum of the village settled around her as she lay in the stillness, her mind drifting into the peaceful rhythm of the night. She closed her eyes and let the sleep come, not seeking anything from it, just allowing herself to rest. In the morning, the village was bathed in the soft light of dawn. The streets were quieter now, the sounds of the village starting to stir with the arrival of a new day. Lena stood by the window for a long moment, watching the world wake up. There was something beautiful in the simplicity of it. The way the sun rose slowly over the hills, painting the sky with soft hues of pink and gold. She didn't know what the future held, or where her path would lead, but she felt a quiet sense of peace in knowing that she was ready to face it. The past had shaped her, yes, but it was no longer her prison. It was just one chapter in the long story of her life. The rest of her journey was hers to write. Lena finished her breakfast, thanked the innkeeper, and stepped out into the cool morning air. The village was still peaceful, the world still vast and full of possibility. There was no need to rush, no need to hurry. The road ahead was open, and it was hers to walk, one step at a time. And as she walked away from the village, the song of the river still in her mind, she felt the gentle pull of the world around her, urging her forward. The journey was still unfolding, and Lena was ready to embrace it wherever it led. Her steps were steady, her heart light, and the road ahead was as open and endless as the sky above. The quiet journey continued, and she was ready for whatever came next. Lena's journey continued, each step taking her farther from the village and deeper into the heart of the world. The road wound through rolling hills and dense forests, the land shifting beneath her, as if it too were a living thing, changing with every season, every turn. The wind carried the scent of new growth, of fresh earth, of possibilities not yet realized. Each day was a new chapter, a new page in the book she was still writing, though she was no longer in a rush to turn the pages. As she walked, she encountered others, travelers, merchants, farmers, and wanderers just like herself, all with their own stories, their own reasons for being on the road. She shared meals with them, exchanged words and laughter, but always with the understanding that the road was her own to walk. Each conversation was like a fleeting melody, sweet and brief, and yet it added to the symphony of her journey. There were moments of silence, too, when she found herself alone with her thoughts, the weight of the past still present, but no longer a burden. The lessons she had learned about acceptance, about letting go, about walking forward, were woven into her every step. One evening, as she walked along the banks of a wide, slow-moving river, she found herself lost in thought. The sound of the water was soothing, its gentle current whispering against the banks, like a conversation she couldn't fully understand, but one she felt in her bones. It had been a few weeks since she had left the village, and she had found a sense of ease in her travels. There was no rush anymore, no overwhelming need to find answers. She had accepted the unknown. It wasn't something to be feared. It was something to be embraced. Lena stopped by the river, watching the water swirl around rocks and pebbles, the surface shifting with the flow. She felt a quiet peace here, a peace that came from simply being in this moment, in this place. The past no longer controlled her, nor did the future weigh her down. She was present, fully present, and for the first time in a long time, she realized that was enough. As the sun began to dip below the horizon, casting long shadows across the river, Lena sat down on a smooth rock by the water's edge. She wasn't sure how long she sat there, watching the stars slowly emerge in the sky. But it was long enough for the world to quiet around her, long enough to feel the stillness deep in her soul. The sounds of the night, the rustling of leaves, the chirping of crickets, the distant howl of a lone wolf seemed to blend together in perfect harmony. It was the kind of stillness that was both grounding and freeing, the kind of silence that didn't need to be filled. In the distance, the faint glow of a campfire flickered on the other side of the river, and Lena could see the shadow of someone sitting around it. It was a familiar sight, another traveler, another person on their own journey. She considered crossing the river to join them, but something held her back. Not fear, but a deep knowing that this moment was hers alone. There would be other moments, other encounters, but this one belonged to her. And so, she sat there, watching the firelight flicker across the water, letting the quiet embrace her. She had found a kind of peace in the spaces between the chaos, in the quiet moments that didn't demand anything from her. There was no rush to get anywhere. She didn't need to fill the silence with words or actions. As the night grew darker, Lena stood and began walking again, her path illuminated by the soft glow of the moon. The world around her seemed to stretch on infinitely, but this time she felt no fear. There was no uncertainty, no overwhelming questions. The journey was unfolding exactly as it was meant to. Lena had learned something on this journey, something that had taken her a long time to fully understand. It wasn't about the destination or the answers. It was about how she moved through the world, how she interacted with it, how she embraced each moment as it came. The road would always change, but as long as she kept walking, as long as she kept moving with it, she would be all right. The trees along the road parted to reveal a vast open plain, the moonlight casting a silver sheen over the rolling hills. In the distance, she could see the faint outline of a village. Another stop along the way. She wasn't sure if she would stay long, but the idea of finding a place to rest, to share a meal with strangers, to hear their stories, was comforting. She had learned that connection was an important part of the journey, and she had come to treasure the shared moments, the fleeting connections that happened when she least expected them. As she walked toward the village, Lena realized that she had stopped seeking a sense of purpose. The purpose was simply to be, to walk, to move, to experience. The river had shown her that, how it moved with grace, how it didn't force its way, but allowed the world to shape it as it went. She was like the river now, not rushing toward anything, not fighting the current, but moving forward as the world around her changed. And when she entered the village, the familiar sounds of life greeted her once again. The hum of conversation, the clinking of glasses, the laughter of children playing in the street. She smiled to herself, feeling the rhythm of the world around her, the gentle pulse that carried everything forward. This was her journey now, quiet, steady, and full of small, meaningful moments. She wasn't running from anything. She wasn't searching for anything. She was simply living, embracing the beauty of the world as it unfolded before her. Lena had found the peace she had been looking for, not in a place, not in a person, but within herself. And as the stars shone above her, she knew that the road ahead would continue to unfold, and she would continue to walk it step by step. The journey, it seemed, was the destination all along. The sun was low in the sky, casting the village in a soft, amber glow. Lena stood in the heart of the village square, her feet firmly planted on the cobblestones, her gaze drifting from one corner of the street to the other. There was a hum of life here, the kind that filled the air with a quiet energy. People went about their business, their faces peaceful, their conversations a gentle murmur, and the town felt like a living entity, each person adding their own pulse to the rhythm. Lena felt a pull to linger. She had arrived just as the day was ending, the quiet hum of evening settling over the village like a blanket. The light from the lanterns flickered in the windows of the houses, casting long, dappled shadows on the street. She felt no need to rush, no need to move forward too quickly. Her journey had taught her that there was no destination waiting for her, only moments that needed to be experienced. A child ran past her, laughing as she chased a small wooden toy car down the street. Lena watched the little girl with a soft smile, the joy in her laughter contagious. It was a simple moment, but it was one that reminded her of how much beauty there was in the small things, the things that might otherwise be overlooked. She realized that she had been looking for meaning in grand gestures, in sweeping changes. But the truth was, meaning was everywhere, in every fleeting moment, in every heartbeat. She walked through the square, passing a stall where a man was selling fruits and vegetables. The scent of fresh apples, tomatoes, and herbs filled the air, reminding her of simpler times. She felt a tug at her heart, a connection to the earth, to the ground beneath her feet. The village was alive with the rhythms of life, and Lena felt as if she, too, were part of it now. As she passed by a small cafe, the sound of music drifted out through the open door. Inside, people were gathered around tables, sipping tea, laughing, and talking. The music was soft, its melody soothing, and it seemed to wrap around Lena like a warm embrace. She paused for a moment, drawn to the sound, and felt a quiet yearning stir within her. The cafe's door creaked open, and an older woman stepped outside, holding a tray of pastries. She smiled warmly at Lena. "Would you like to come inside for a tea?" she asked, her voice rich with the kind of kindness that made one feel welcome before a word was spoken. Lena hesitated for only a moment before nodding. "Yes, thank you. I'd love that." The woman led her inside, where the smell of freshly brewed tea and warm pastries filled the air. The room was cozy, with soft cushions and small, round tables. The people inside were a mix of villagers, their faces relaxed and content, sharing stories and enjoying each other's company. It was the kind of place that made one feel at home, even if they were a stranger. Lena took a seat by the window, where the soft light of the setting sun streamed in, casting long shadows across the wooden floor. She felt an overwhelming sense of gratitude in this moment, a recognition of how far she had come. The journey, she realized, was not about finding an end. It was about the small moments, the people she met, the places she found solace, and the connection she felt with the world around her. As the older woman placed a cup of steaming tea and a plate of pastries in front of her, Lena's fingers lingered on the warm cup, savoring the simple pleasure of it. The tea was fragrant, with notes of chamomile and honey, and the pastry was light and flaky, sweet and comforting. She closed her eyes for a moment, letting the warmth of the tea seep into her soul, grounding her in the present. "This is good," Lena said, smiling up at the woman. The woman returned the smile. "We always have the best tea here, and the pastries are made fresh every day." Lena chuckled softly, taking another sip of the tea. "I can see that." As the evening wore on, the cafe filled with more patrons, the quiet hum of conversation rising in the air. People came and went, each adding their own presence to the rhythm of the place. Lena felt like an observer in a beautiful, ongoing story. Her own story, too, but now intertwined with the stories of others. It was then that something shifted in her, a quiet realization that she had not truly understood before. She wasn't alone, and she hadn't been alone all along. Every person she had met, every moment she had shared was a part of her journey. She didn't need to search for meaning or purpose. It was already embedded in the world around her, in the connections as she made with others, in the quiet moments of peace that came when she allowed herself to be present. She had spent so long looking for answers to questions that weren't hers to answer. Now, she understood the answers were in the living, in the walking, in the being. She didn't need to carry the weight of uncertainty anymore. She just needed to keep moving forward, to keep living one step at a time. As she finished her tea, Lena felt the pull of the road again, the quiet whisper that urged her to keep walking. There was no destination waiting. There was only the journey. But she didn't mind. She felt ready for whatever came next. The village had offered her rest, and the moments here had soothed her spirit. But the horizon still called her forward, and she knew it was time to move on. The world was vast, and it was hers to explore. Lena stood, offering the woman a grateful smile. "Thank you for the tea and the warmth," she said, her voice full of genuine appreciation. The woman smiled back, her eyes twinkling with understanding. "The road is long, my dear, but it's a beautiful one. Don't forget to enjoy the little moments." Lena nodded, her heart light, and stepped back out into the night. The stars were beginning to appear overhead, their soft light guiding her once more. The road ahead stretched on, waiting for her to take the next step. And so she did, her pace steady, her spirit peaceful. The vast horizon calling her forward. She didn't know what would come next, but it didn't matter. She was ready. The journey continued. The night was still as Lena walked out of the village, her steps slow and steady as she made her way down the road. The stars above twinkled faintly, like small sparks against the black velvet sky. The night air was cool and fresh, carrying with it the smell of pine trees and distant earth. The gentle rhythm of the world settled around her, filling her with a quiet peace, but beneath the tranquility, there was something else, something she couldn't quite place. A shift in the air, a change in the atmosphere. As the village faded behind her, Lena could feel the weight of the open road pressing against her, as though the earth itself were calling her to move faster, to hurry. The wind picked up, the soft breeze turning into a restless gust that whispered through the trees. She pulled her cloak tighter around her shoulders, feeling the first tendrils of unease snake through her. The world had felt so at peace just moments ago, yet now, the stillness seemed heavy, almost oppressive. She continued forward, the path in front of her illuminated by the pale moonlight. Her footsteps echoed in the quiet, and she found herself drawn to the sound of her own movement, as though it were the only thing keeping the night from swallowing her whole. The sense of something unseen, something waiting, continued to grow. After a while, the landscape began to change. The forest grew denser, the trees taller and their branches thick, blocking out much of the moon's light. Shadows grew long, stretching across the path, twisting in odd, unfamiliar shapes. The air grew thicker, heavier, and Lena's senses were heightened with the feeling that something was wrong. She stopped for a moment, standing still in the thickening dark. The wind had died down, and the world seemed unnaturally quiet. She could hear the faint rustle of leaves, but beyond that, there was nothing. No distant howls of wolves, no birds calling in the night. Just an overwhelming, profound silence. A distant sound broke the stillness, a low rumble. At first, she thought it was thunder, but it didn't sound like any storm she had ever known. The earth seemed to hum beneath her feet, the ground vibrating with an energy that was unsettling. Lena's chest tightened, and the sense of unease that had been building in her slowly morphed into something more. A quiet, persistent fear. She glanced up at the sky. The stars that had once twinkled so brightly were now obscured by thick, swirling clouds, dark and heavy. The wind picked up again, howling through the trees, but this time it was colder, more biting. A storm was coming. Lena felt the pull to keep moving, to get out of the forest and find shelter. She quickened her pace, her boots crunching against the dry leaves. The path now barely visible in the dim light. Every instinct in her told her to keep going, to outrun whatever was stirring in the air. But just as she was about to break into a run, a figure appeared on the path ahead of her. It was a shadow at first, blending into the night, but as it stepped into the faint moonlight, Lena froze. The figure was tall and cloaked in a dark, tattered robe that seemed to ripple with the wind. Its face was hidden in the shadows of its hood, but Lena could feel its presence, overwhelming and suffocating. She tried to take a step back, but her feet felt heavy, as though something unseen was pulling her toward it. The figure didn't move, its stillness more unnerving than any sudden motion could have been. The air around it seemed to warp, bending with an unnatural energy. The rumbling sound she had heard earlier grew louder now, and it felt like the earth itself was shaking in response. Lena's heart pounded in her chest. "Who are you?" she asked, her voice shaky but determined. The figure's head tilted slightly, and for a brief moment, Lena thought she saw something dark and empty, beneath the hood. The eyes, if they were eyes, glowed faintly with a light that sent a chill through her spine. "You're not supposed to be here." The figure spoke, its voice low and resonant, like a distant thunderclap. It was not a voice made of flesh, It felt older, darker, like the very air had taken on a voice. Lena's breath caught in her throat. "What do you want?" The figure took a slow step forward, its cloak billowing as though caught by an unseen wind. The ground seemed to tremble beneath Lena's feet, and she instinctively took a step back, but the figure's presence felt inescapable, like it was anchoring her to the spot. "I want what has always been," the figure said, its voice low, almost mournful. "What is Maud? What is mine?" Lena swallowed, her mind racing. "What do you mean?" The figure paused, and the weight of its gaze pressed down on her like a physical thing. "The road you walk, the path you've chosen, it's not yours alone. It never was. There is something older, something deeper that calls you, just as it calls others before you." Lena's pulse quickened. She had learned to accept the shadows within herself, the dark corners of her past. But this was something different. The fear she had been trying to outrun had caught up with her, but now, it was not the shadows of her past she feared. It was the figure in front of her, something older, more terrifying than anything she could have imagined. "I don't want any part of it," Lena said, her voice stronger now, her hands clenched at her sides. She had fought so hard to be free, to walk away from the darkness. She wasn't going to let this figure drag her back into its grasp. The figure stepped forward, its presence now looming over her, filling the space with a terrible weight. The wind howled around them, and the ground beneath their feet cracked open with a violent sound, as if the earth itself were protesting the figure's words. "You've already made your choice," it said, its voice now a whisper, the kind of whisper that echoed in Lena's mind as if it were speaking directly to her soul. "But the journey is far from over. You cannot escape what calls to you." Lena shook her head, tears stinging her eyes as she forced herself to take a step backward, breaking free from the figure's grip on her. The earth beneath her feet trembled again, the rumbling sound growing louder. "No," she shouted, her voice shaking but fierce. "I'm not going back. I've faced the darkness. I've walked through it. I won't be a part of whatever this is." The figure tilted its head as if considering her words. Then it spoke again, its voice a low, threatening murmur that seemed to seep into the very air around them. "You may not understand yet, but you will. The road you're on, no one walks it without knowing that the past and future are never as separate as they seem." With that, the figure vanished, melting into the shadows as though it had never been there at all. Lena was left standing alone in the eerie silence, her heart pounding in her chest. The rumbling ceased, the wind died down, and the path ahead seemed as it had been before. Quiet still, and unmarked by the encounter. But Lena knew something had changed. She wasn't sure what the figure had meant, but its words lingered like a shadow over her heart. The road ahead was still hers to walk, but now, she realized, the journey was never truly over. The road was bound to the past, to the future, to forces she had yet to understand. And with that realization, she understood something more deeply. The story she was living wasn't just hers. It was part of something far larger, something that had been set into motion long before she had taken her first step. And so, with a breath that steadied her heart, Lena continued forward, knowing that whatever came next, she would have to face it head on. The road was calling her, and she was ready to answer. Lena's footsteps were soft as she moved forward, the silence pressing down on her with an almost tangible weight. The shadow of the encounter with the figure still hung in her mind like a cloud that refused to disperse. She had faced the darkness within herself. She had walked away from the house and its cursed reflections. But this felt different. Something more ancient, more powerful than anything she had yet encountered, seemed to be stirring just beneath the surface of the world around her. The forest, once so familiar and comforting, now felt vast and ominous. The trees towered overhead, their branches reaching like skeletal hands, casting long, twisting shadows across the path. The breeze had picked up again, swirling around her, but there was an unsettling chill to it, a sense of being watched, of something just beyond her sight. Lena quickened her pace, instinctively moving away from the path that seemed to lead into the depths of the woods. The road, once a comforting companion in her journey, now felt like a treacherous unknown. The presence she had felt, that intangible force, still lingered at the edges of her awareness. She couldn't shake the words the figure had spoken. "You've already made your choice." Those words echoed in her mind, reverberating like the toll of a bell. Had she made the right choice? Could she turn back? Could she walk away from the path she had chosen so far, or had that road already been set in motion? Lena's heart raced as she stumbled into a clearing. The trees around her parted to reveal a small, weathered stone monument. It stood alone in the middle of the clearing, its surface covered with moss, the edges cracked from age. She hadn't seen anything like it before. A sense of familiarity stirred in her, but she couldn't place it. There was something hauntingly ancient about the stone, as though it had been waiting for her. She approached it slowly, her fingers grazing the cool surface. The air around her thickened, and the low hum of the wind seemed to grow louder, as though the very earth itself was alive with the breath of forgotten things. She felt a strange pull, a magnetic force drawing her closer to the monument, and yet a part of her hesitated. She had faced her past. She had accepted the darkness. Was this a piece of that, or was it something entirely new? The wind picked up again, and for a moment, Lena thought she heard a voice, faint and distant, carried on the breeze. "You cannot outrun it. It has always been yours." The words struck her with an unfamiliar chill, and she stumbled back from the monument, her breath catching in her throat. What did it mean? Was this the answer she had been searching for? Or was it a warning? Lena steadied herself and looked down at the monument once more. At its base there was a symbol, simple, yet intricate, carved deep into the stone. She recognized it, but she couldn't remember from where. It was a symbol of intertwined circles, almost like an ancient sigil. She felt a surge of recognition wash over her, but it was fleeting, like a dream slipping through her fingers. Her fingers traced the lines of the symbol, and a strange warmth bloomed in her chest. The air around her seemed to stir, the shadows of the trees shifting in the periphery of her vision. She took a step back, heart racing, unsure of what to do next. "It has always been yours." The voice again, this time clearer, closer. She couldn't ignore it. The voice didn't belong to the wind. It was something else, something that resonated deep within her, like an echo from a time she could not remember, but had always known. Lena's pulse quickened, her breath shallow, as she glanced around the clearing. The air seemed thicker, charged with a strange energy. She was no longer alone. She could feel it. The presence, the weight of something ancient and unseen, was pressing down on her, closing in. Her fingers tightened around the edge of the monument as a sudden rush of memories flooded her mind, visions flashing before her eyes like snapshots from a distant past. The dark, empty house, the mirror that had once been her prison, the reflection that had haunted her, and the shadow she had been running from all her life. But it wasn't just that. There were other images, other faces, familiar yet foreign, their features obscured in shadow. A woman with eyes full of sadness, a man whose face she couldn't make out, and a child she had never known, smiling in a place that felt like home. These were pieces of a puzzle she couldn't yet assemble, memories too far back, too fragmented to make sense of. The wind howled, the shadows grew longer, and Lena stumbled back, her breath quick and shallow. The voice had grown louder, clearer, echoing in her head like a drumbeat. "You cannot outrun it, Lena. It was never meant to be escaped. It has always been yours." The world around her seemed to tilt, the ground beneath her feet shifting, and for a moment, she felt as though the very fabric of reality was unraveling. Her heart raced in her chest, and panic surged through her, the sensation of being trapped, of being pulled into something she couldn't control. And then, just as suddenly as it had begun, it stopped. The voice, the trembling earth, the air thick with unseen forces, it all faded away, leaving Lena standing alone in the clearing, her chest heaving with each breath. She blinked, her mind reeling from the experience. What had just happened? What was that voice? And why did it feel so familiar, like something that had always been there, waiting for her? Lena's hand fell from the monument, and she stepped back, her thoughts whirling. She had been running from something, but had it been running from her all along? She had come so far. But perhaps, she realized, the true journey wasn't about escaping the past. It was about confronting it. The road ahead had always been unclear, but now it felt like she had reached a crossroads. The figure she had encountered earlier, the words of the monument, the voice in her mind, they were all pointing her toward something, toward an unknown truth. Lena took a deep breath, her gaze fixed on the darkening sky. She had faced the darkness. She had faced herself. And now, the time had come to face whatever awaited her. The path would never be straightforward, but it was hers to walk, and she would walk it, step by step, until she understood what it all meant. With a final look at the monument, Lena turned and began to walk again, the weight of the past still hanging at the edges of her consciousness, but no longer consuming her. She was ready to uncover the truth, whatever it might be. The road was still long, but she no longer feared what lay ahead. The journey had only just begun. Lena's feet carried her deeper into the night, her thoughts racing with the weight of what had just happened. The presence that had surrounded her in the clearing, the voice that had spoken from the shadows, it all felt too real, too significant to simply ignore. She couldn't explain it, but she knew that something had changed in her, something deep within, and it was pulling her forward. The moon hung high in the sky, its pale light illuminating the path ahead, but the forest around her felt darker now, more alive in a way she couldn't quite understand. The trees loomed overhead, their branches creaking as the wind whispered through them, like secrets being shared between old friends. She had been walking alone for so long, yet now, there was an unsettling sense that she was not alone. Something watched her from the shadows, from the periphery of her vision. Every step she took seemed to echo in the stillness, and with each passing moment, the weight of her uncertainty grew heavier. What had the figure meant? What was hers to face? The thought of returning to the village crossed her mind, to seek comfort in its familiar faces, its warm hearths, but she knew it wasn't where she was meant to be. The road had called her, and she had to answer. The voice in the clearing had spoken of something older, something that had always been hers. And now, Lena couldn't escape the feeling that whatever it was drawing closer, just beyond her reach. The monument, the sigil, the voice, they were all pieces of a puzzle she had yet to solve, but she felt in her bones that she was meant to find the missing pieces. She walked with purpose now, her steps steady and sure. The quiet of the forest enveloped her, the distant sound of the river, now just a faint murmur behind her. It wasn't until she reached the crest of a hill that she saw it. A flicker of light in the distance. It was faint, like a star glimmering in the vast darkness, but it was enough to catch her attention. Lena slowed her pace, her eyes narrowing as she focused on the light. It came from beyond the trees. Just beyond the horizon, a small village, perhaps. She hadn't expected to encounter another settlement so soon, but something about the light beckoned her, urging her forward. She felt a pull toward it, as if the light held the answers to the questions that had been swirling in her mind. The path ahead grew steeper, and the trees began to thin, opening up to a small valley. In the center of it stood a large stone structure, ancient and worn by time. Its silhouette was faint against the horizon, but there was no mistaking what it was. The ruin was a temple, its stone pillars broken and crumbling, but it still held an undeniable presence. It radiated a quiet power, the kind that made Lena's heart beat faster. As if she were standing on the threshold of something monumental, the light she had seen came from within the temple. A single flame burned in the center of the ruin, surrounded by strange markings and symbols carved into the stone floor. The flame flickered, casting long shadows on the walls of the temple, and the air around it shimmered, charged with an energy that seemed to hum through Lena's veins. She approached cautiously, drawn to the flame, but also wary. Her heart pounded in her chest as she stepped into the temple, the cold stone floor beneath her feet rough and uneven. The silence of the place was deafening, and yet there was something soothing about it, as if the very air was holding its breath, waiting for her to make a move. As Lena stepped closer to the flame, she felt a presence behind her. She turned quickly, but there was no one there. The shadows in the corners of the temple seemed to stretch, and the temperature dropped, sending a chill through her. She stepped back, her eyes scanning the space, but nothing moved. It was as if the temple itself were watching her, waiting. A voice broke the silence, and this time, it wasn't the voice she had heard before. "Welcome, Lena." The words seemed to echo from the walls, their source impossible to pinpoint, but they felt familiar. The same voice, but softer, gentler, as though it were reaching out to her, trying to make her understand something. "You've come far," the voice continued. "But your journey is not yet over. The past has shaped you, but it has not defined you. You are part of something greater, something older than you know." Lena's heart quickened, her pulse throbbing in her ears. "What is this place?" she asked, her voice trembling but determined. "Why am I here?" The flame flickered again, and the voice replied, its tone steady and calm. "This is the place where the threads of time meet, where the past, the present, and the future intertwine. You are here because you have always been meant to be here. The choices you've made, the paths you've walked, they have led you to this moment." Lena's mind raced, her thoughts spinning in every direction. "What do you want from me?" she asked, her voice now stronger, defiant. She had faced the darkness before, had fought through the weight of her past. She wasn't going to be drawn into this, whatever it was, without understanding its purpose. "You already know the answer," the voice replied. "You have always known." Lena's heart skipped a beat, and for the first time in what felt like ages, she felt the full weight of the past come crashing down upon her. The house, the mirror, the reflection, all the pieces of her life, the choices, the struggles, the pain, had led her here, to this temple, to this moment. She had been running for so long, and yet, the answers had been with her all along. She stepped closer to the flame, its light now casting an almost ethereal glow on the walls around her. The air seemed to hum, and she could feel the weight of the moment, the gravity of it settling on her like a mantle. "You are the key, Lena," the voice whispered, its tone full of understanding. "The road you walk is not just your own. You are bound to something greater, something that has always been a part of you. Your journey is not one of escape, but of acceptance. Acceptance of what you are, of what you were always meant to be." Lena took a deep breath, her mind quieting for a moment, and in that stillness she understood. The past, the darkness, the reflection, it had all been part of the same tapestry, the same story. She couldn't run from it, she couldn't outrun the truth. It had always been hers to embrace. And in that moment, Lena realized that the journey wasn't just about finding freedom. It was about finding wholeness, about understanding that the pieces of her past, no matter how dark, no matter how painful, were all part of the road she was meant to walk. The flame flickered one last time, and in its light, Lena saw the truth. She was ready, ready to accept, ready to move forward. With a deep breath, she stepped into the light. The journey ahead awaited her, and this time, she wasn't afraid. The past and future were no longer separate. They were one, and she was a part of it. Lena stood in the temple, the warmth of the flame before her wrapping around her like a blanket. Yet it was not a comforting heat. It was the heat of transformation, an awakening. The stone beneath her feet was solid, unyielding, but the air around her felt anything but. It rippled with a force she couldn't see, but could certainly feel. Each pulse like a heartbeat, each breath like a reminder of something she had forgotten. As she stepped closer to the flame, its light intensified, as though recognizing her presence, reacting to her touch. The air hummed around her, and the shadows seemed to breathe, stretching and shifting like they were alive. Lena could feel the change. She could feel time bending in this place, stretching and folding upon itself like an endless loop. It was both beautiful and terrifying. And then, she saw it, glimpses of her own life, flickering in the flame. It wasn't just her journey, her steps. It was everything. Every choice she had ever made, every path she had ever taken. The figures of people she had loved, lost, and left behind flickered like shadows in the firelight. The house, the mirror, the reflection, they were not just pieces of her past. They were threads woven into the fabric of time itself. The light danced, flickered, and then it stopped. Everything was still. A heavy silence filled the temple, deep and infinite. The flame's warmth had dissipated, and the air felt heavy, as though a great weight were pressing down on her. Lena turned her gaze from the flame to the stone around her. The symbols etched into its surface glowing faintly now, pulsing with an energy she had only begun to understand. "Why am I here?" Lena's voice broke the silence. The words felt small, insignificant in the vastness of what surrounded her. But she needed to ask them. She needed to understand. The temple, still and unyielding, did not respond with words. Instead, the air shifted, and a faint voice filled the space, not from any direction, but inside her mind. "Because it has always been you." The voice was not like the figures from the forest, nor like the distant echo that had spoken through the monument. This voice, this presence, felt like a part of her, a thread that had always been connected to her soul. It was not just speaking to her. It was speaking through her, through everything she had ever experienced. Lena's breath caught. "I don't understand." "What do you mean?" "Why me?" The presence swirled, and with it, the shadows and the symbols around her seemed to shift again. In their movement, she saw it. Glimpses of herself at various stages of her life as a child, laughing in a sunlit field, as a teenager, standing at the edge of the house, the door wide open before her. As a woman, lost in the reflection of the mirror, the darkness closing in on her. "You are the thread that weaves the past and the future," the voice continued. "You have always been the one to bind the pieces together. But it is not just your journey, Lena. It is the world's. You are not merely walking forward. You are moving through time itself, connecting the echoes of the past to the present, and shaping the future that is to come." Lena's mind reeled. The weight of the words pressed down on her, shaping the future. She had never seen herself as a force that could change the future. She had only ever felt like a victim of fate, at the mercy of the choices made before her. But now it felt different. She wasn't trapped in the cycles of the past. She wasn't bound by the reflection of who she used to be. She was the one who could decide. "You say the past, present, and future are all connected," she said, her voice growing stronger, clearer, as the realization began to set in. "But what does that mean for me? How can I control it?" The presence responded with a quiet hum, like a song played just below the surface of the world. "Control is not the key, Lena. It never was. understanding is. You are not a master of time. You are a part of it, and through your understanding, you have the power to mend what has been broken. She closed her eyes, the weight of her journey pressing down on her chest. Every step she had taken had led her here. Every piece of the past, the house, the mirror, the choices, had brought her to this moment, this revelation. And yet something gnawed at the edges of her awareness. What had been broken? What was it that needed to be mended? The shadows shifted once more, and she heard the soft sound of a whisper, almost too faint to hear, but unmistakable. The world has been fractured, Lena. The balance between past and future has wavered. The thread that ties them together is frayed, and you are the one who must restore it. Lena's eyes snapped open, her heart racing. What do you mean? What happened? The temple shifted, and for a brief moment, the symbols on the stone floor flickered to life. She could see them clearly now. An ancient language, woven together with the imagery of stars, of light and darkness, of cycles and infinity. The voice returned, this time less distant, as though it were speaking directly to her soul. The time has come for the threads to be woven again. You have walked through the shadow, Lena, but the journey is not complete. There is more you must face. The darkness you escaped, what you left behind, was but one part of the greater whole. Now, you must mend what was torn. You must reconnect the past to the present and guide the future to its true course. Lena felt a surge of understanding, sharp and clear. The path she had walked wasn't just her own. The darkness that had once controlled her, the reflection that had tormented her, wasn't just her burden. It was a piece of a larger puzzle, one that spanned beyond her existence. She understood now. The road had always been leading her to this moment, not to escape, but to face what had been broken, to mend the rift that had torn time itself apart. But how? She whispered, almost to herself. You have the strength within you, Lena. The power to mend the threads is in your hands. But you must choose, and the choice must come from within you. Her mind swirled with questions. The past, the reflection, the temple. It was all connected, and the choice was hers. Was she ready? Ready to face what was coming. Ready to mend the fabric of time itself. The air seemed to grow thick again, and the symbols on the stone began to pulse, their light growing brighter with each beat. Lena could feel the weight of the decision pressing on her, but now there was no fear. The unknown had always been a shadow over her, something she feared to face. But now, with this revelation, the fear had dissipated. She stepped forward, her hands trembling as they reached for the center of the flame. Her pulse quickened, and as her fingers brushed the warmth, a jolt of energy surged through her. The world around her seemed to twist, the flame swirling, wrapping around her like a cocoon. Time stretched and bent, the echoes of the past pulling her in, the future unfolding before her eyes. In that moment, she understood. The threads of time, the past, and the future, they were all part of her, and she was ready to weave them together. The flame burned brighter, and in its light, Lena felt the weight of the world shift. The journey was far from over, but she was no longer afraid. She had become part of something greater than herself. And now, with the future in her hands, she was ready to restore the balance. The flame flickered one last time, and the world around her seemed to take a breath. Time, it seemed, was finally ready to move again. Lena stood at the center of the flame, her body suspended in a space that felt both eternal and fleeting. Time no longer followed the rules it once had. There was no past, no future, just the infinite now. Where the world was both tangible and intangible, shifting like a dream. She could feel the pulse of the earth beneath her feet, the thrum of the world's heartbeat, the thread of destiny woven through every moment, every action, every choice. The flame around her flickered and danced, casting long, twisting shadows that stretched like fingers across the walls of the temple. It wasn't just fire. It was light, energy, and time itself, condensed into a single, living entity. It whispered to her, speaking in the language of the universe, in symbols she could not fully understand, but somehow felt she had always known. As the flame reached toward her, she could feel her connection to it deepening, her soul merging with its energy, its rhythm. The threads of time, of past, present, and future, woven into a single, delicate tapestry, all intertwining in a way that only she in this moment could fully grasp. And then the voice spoke again. Not through the air, not from some distant source, but within her mind, her heart, her very being. You have come far, Lena. The road has been long and difficult, but you have not walked it alone. You have always been part of this tapestry, and now it is time to weave the threads together. Lena's heart beat loudly in her chest. The voice was not the figures she had encountered, nor the whisper from the monument. It was something more, something older, something that resonated with her on a level deeper than she could understand. "I don't know if I can," she whispered, her voice barely audible, as if afraid to disturb the delicate fabric of reality she was now a part of. "How do I fix what's been broken?" "It is not a matter of fixing," the voice replied, "but of understanding. Understanding that what has been broken is not always lost. What you seek is not an escape from the past, but an acceptance of it. To restore what was torn, you must first accept that it was always part of the same thread, the same story." Lena closed her eyes, feeling the weight of those words settle over her like a blanket. She had always feared the darkness, the broken parts of herself, the reflection in the mirror, the shadows that clung to her. But she now understood. Those parts of her were not separate. They were not enemies. They were pieces of her, threads that had woven her into the person she was and the person she was becoming. "You are ready now," the voice said, its tone filled with quiet certainty. "The moment has arrived for you to take what you've learned, what you've become, and use it to restore the balance. The past and future are not separate, they are one. And you, Lena, are the thread that binds them." Lena took a deep breath, her hands trembling as she reached out to touch the flame. It pulsed in response, like a heartbeat, warm and inviting, but also powerful, carrying the weight of the entire world within it. She understood now that she was not alone in this journey. She never had been. The flame expanded outward, swirling around her, wrapping itself around her like a cocoon of light. The world around her blurred as time seemed to fold in on itself, and she was taken, not to the past, nor to the future, but to a place where the two existed together, intertwined. The world she had once known, the life she had lived, and the moments that had shaped her, all seemed to come together in a single, luminous instant. She was standing at the crossroads of time itself, where the past, present, and future converged. The threads of her life were there before her, woven into a tapestry that was still unfolding. Each choice she had made, each step she had taken, was part of the same larger design. It wasn't a perfect design. It wasn't without its shadows. But it was her design, and it had meaning. The flame within her grew brighter, its warmth filling her chest, filling her soul. And with it came the understanding she was the key. She had always been the key. With a deep breath, Lena stepped forward, into the light, into the tapestry that stretched before her. She could feel the threads of time shifting, weaving themselves together around her, merging past and future into one. Her actions, her choices, they were not isolated events. They were part of the same thread, part of the same story. The tapestry unfurled before her, revealing glimpses of lives, of moments, some familiar, some unknown. She saw herself as a child, standing on the threshold of the house, gazing out into the unknown, full of wonder and fear. She saw the reflection in the mirror, the dark, twisted version of herself, but it was no longer distorted. It was her, unflinching, unafraid, the shadow she had run from, the darkness she had fought. was simply a part of her, a part of the design. She saw faces, people she had loved, people she had lost. Their lives, too, were threads woven into her own. The people she had met along the way, the strangers who had become companions, all shared the same tapestry of existence. The flame pulsed again, this time with a deep, resonant energy. The tapestry before her began to shift, and Lena understood. The future was not set in stone. It was still unwritten, still forming, like a thread waiting to be woven. And the choices she made would shape it. But now, she was no longer running. She was walking in step with the world, with time, with the past, and the future. She was no longer trying to outrun her destiny. She had become part of it. The voice spoke once more, but this time, it was not from outside of her. It was within her, in her very being. You are no longer bound by time, Lena. You are part of it. The road ahead is yours to walk, but now you walk it with understanding. Lena's eyes opened, and she stood alone in the temple once more, the flame now a soft, steady glow before her. The shadows had receded, the oppressive weight of the unknown lifting from her shoulders. The world around her felt alive again, vibrant with possibility. She stepped forward, her heart light, her mind clear. She was no longer afraid of what lay ahead. The road was hers to shape, and she would walk it one step at a time, with understanding and grace. The tapestry was unfolding, and she was ready to embrace the next thread. The journey was far from over, and Lena was finally ready to face whatever came next. The road before Lena stretched endlessly, winding through valleys, forests, and across open plains. With each step she took, the weight of her past seemed lighter, as if the threads of her journey were unwinding themselves, no longer tangled in knots of fear or regret. The world around her was more vibrant now, each moment an opportunity to weave a new piece into the tapestry of her life. The realization she had gained in the village, the understanding that she was the weaver of her own path, had taken root deeply within her. It wasn't about striving for something distant or beyond her reach. It was about choosing how she moved through the world, about embracing the present, and understanding that every step she took was part of the story she was living. The wind had softened, and the sky was a rich shade of indigo as dusk began to settle in. The day was slipping away, but the night didn't feel like a time of rest or retreat. It felt like a continuation, an extension of the journey she had already begun. The horizon, far in the distance, was filled with endless possibility. And though she could not see the exact road that lay ahead, she felt no fear in it. She had walked through enough shadows to know that the unknown held its own beauty. Her pace slowed as she reached the crest of a hill. Below, in the valley, a small village lay nestled in the embrace of the land. The distant sound of laughter and the low murmur of voices drifted on the evening air. For a moment, she paused, her eyes drawn to the glow of lanterns in the village windows. The warmth of a fire, the comfort of human connection. It was the kind of peace she had often sought on her journey. But tonight, it was not the village that called her. It was the open road, the winding path that led farther into the unknown. She was not running away from anything anymore. There was no darkness she needed to escape, no reflection she had to flee from. Her journey was no longer about searching for freedom. It was about embracing what was already within her. And so, Lena turned away from the village and continued walking, the world stretching out before her. Each step was light, steady, as though she had finally found the rhythm that had always eluded her. The past had shaped her, yes, but it did not define her. The future was unknown, but it was hers to shape. The night was quiet as she walked on, the only sound the soft crunch of leaves beneath her boots. The stars above shone bright, like scattered diamonds, and the moon bathed the world in its pale light. It was a world alive with potential, a world that seemed to respond to her every movement, every choice she made. She had learned something important on her journey. the power of presence, the power of now. The world was always in motion, always changing, but she didn't need to chase after it. She just needed to be part of it, to let herself move with it. The road ahead began to curve, taking her deeper into the hills, where the trees grew thick and the air smelled of pine and damp earth. The path was soft underfoot, and the silence of the forest was a welcome change from the noise of the villages she had passed. She was alone in the woods, but she didn't feel lonely. There was a peace here, a stillness that resonated deep within her. For the first time, she felt connected not just to the world around her, but to the very ground she walked on. Each step she took was an affirmation of her place in the world, of her part in the grand design. She wasn't just moving through time, she was part of it. As she walked, the feeling of being watched, of the presence that had once followed her began to fade. It wasn't that it was gone, but it was no longer a shadow. It was part of her now, as it always had been. The fear had been replaced by understanding. There was no more running from it. She had accepted it. She had embraced it. The darkness was no longer something to fight. It was simply part of the dance. The road twisted again, leading her toward the crest of a hill. The sky above was filled with the first light of dawn, and the world was bathed in a soft, golden glow. The sun was rising over the horizon, casting long shadows on the ground, and for the first time in what felt like ages, Lena felt a sense of quiet gratitude. She reached the top of the hill and stopped, her breath steady, her heart calm. Before her, the landscape stretched out, vast and uncharted, but it was no longer daunting. The uncertainty that had once haunted her now felt like an invitation. The world was full of possibilities, of unknown roads and unexpected turns, but Lena knew now that it didn't matter which path she took. It was hers to shape, hers to walk. She stood there for a long moment, her gaze fixed on the horizon, watching as the sun climbed higher, painting the sky with brilliant hues of pink and orange. The journey was not about reaching a destination. It was about the steps along the way, the moments she chose to live fully, to embrace the world as it was. And so, with a deep breath, Lena turned once more toward the road. She didn't know what lay ahead, but she knew one thing for certain. She was ready to walk it. The road, the future, time itself, it was all a part of her, and she was part of it. The journey was far from over, but it no longer felt like something to fear. It was simply life, unfolding as it was meant to. And with each step she took, Lena knew she was exactly where she was meant to be. Lena walked on, the rhythm of her footsteps echoing softly against the stillness of the land. The world around her felt vast, infinite, and yet, at the same time, it was intimate, alive with possibilities. Each step was its own universe, each breath a promise of something new. There was no end in sight, no rush to reach a destination. The journey itself was enough. The hills stretched on before her, the rolling landscape unfolding like a blanket of green, interrupted by the occasional burst of wildflowers. The air was crisp and refreshing, carrying the scent of pine and earth, of life in all its forms. Birds fluttered overhead, their calls echoing in the quiet morning air. The world seemed to be waking up with her, greeting her as she moved through it. Lena had learned that the journey was not a race, and that the destination was not a place. It was a state of being, an unfolding of experiences, of understanding. She had stopped searching for the answers she thought she needed, and in doing so, she had found the greatest truth of all. It was never about finding something outside of herself. It was about discovering what was already inside. The road ahead was not marked by signs, not guided by any map. It was wild, untamed, much like the land around her. And for the first time, Lena understood that it didn't need to be controlled or understood. She didn't need to know what lay beyond the horizon. The road itself was part of her. Her journey had begun with fear, with uncertainty. with the shadow of the house and the reflection that haunted her every step. But now, as she walked in the soft light of dawn, those fears seemed like distant memories, phantoms that had no place in her heart. She had faced the darkness. She had walked through it, and now she was free. The freedom was not in escaping the past, but in embracing it, accepting it as part of the tapestry of her life. Each thread, each moment, each choice had woven her into the person she was now. She was not just a survivor of her journey. She was the architect of it, and the path she walked was hers alone, shaped by her choices, by her acceptance of what was. A few hours into her journey, the terrain began to change again. The soft hills and quiet forests began to give way to a more rugged landscape. The trees grew taller and denser, and the path became more uneven, winding through rocky outcroppings and streams that burbled softly in the background. The air became thicker, the scent of moss and wet stone filling her senses. It was a more primal place, one that felt ancient, untouched. The quiet presence of the world seemed to intensify here, as though the land itself had a story to tell. As Lena walked through the rocks, she noticed something odd ahead. There was a gap in the trees, a clearing, and from within it, a soft, golden light filtered through. She felt drawn to it, an instinctive pull, a feeling that this place, whatever it was, had significance. She moved toward the light, her steps quickening, her curiosity piqued. As she entered the clearing, the sunlight broke through the canopy, illuminating a stone structure in the center. It was a monument, ancient and worn, its surface carved with intricate patterns and symbols that felt familiar, though she could not place them. The air around the monument seemed charged with energy, the symbols on the stone shimmering faintly, as though alive with some hidden power. Lena approached the monument cautiously, her fingers trailing along the worn stone. It was cool to the touch, and as her hand made contact with it, she felt a surge of energy pass through her, not painful, but intense, like a current running through her veins. The world around her seemed to shift, the air vibrating with a low hum that she could feel in the depths of her chest. The symbols on the stone began to glow, their lines twisting and shifting before her eyes. A deep sense of recognition flooded her, like the pieces of the puzzle she had been working to complete finally coming together. She had seen these symbols before, on the walls of the temple, in the flame that had lit her path. She stepped back from the monument, her heart racing. She understood now, the threads she had been weaving. The past, the future, the present, were all part of a much larger design, one that she was deeply connected to. She had been walking this path for a reason, and now, with each step, she was closer to understanding what that reason was. The voice, the one that had spoken to her in the temple, filled her mind again, its words clear and sure. You have always been part of this, Lena. The past, the present, the future. They are woven together, and you are the weaver. Your journey is not just your own. It is part of something greater. The realization swept through her like a wave, filling her with an overwhelming sense of peace. She had found her place in this grand tapestry. She was not just a traveler, not just a person on a path. She was the thread that connected everything. She was the one who wove the world together with her choices, her actions, her presence. For the first time, Lena felt whole. No longer burdened by the fear of the unknown, no longer trapped by the shadows of her past. She had learned to embrace everything, her darkness, her light, the mistakes, and the triumphs, and in doing so, she had found the freedom she had been searching for all along. The monument before her pulsed with energy, the symbols glowing brighter, as though in recognition of her understanding. She smiled softly to herself, knowing that the road ahead was still unfolding, still unknown. But now, she walked with a sense of purpose, with the understanding that she was part of something far greater than herself. She turned back to the road, her heart light, her steps sure. The world stretched before her, wide and open. And though she couldn't see where the path would lead, she knew one thing for certain. She was ready. The journey was not just hers to walk. It was everyone's. And together with every step, she would continue to weave the tapestry of life, one thread at a time. And with that thought, Lena walked forward, her heart full of quiet peace and unshakable purpose. The road was hers, and with each step, she was shaping the world around her. As Lena continued along the path, the world around her seemed to breathe with life. Every tree, every rock, every gust of wind whispered with the same energy that hummed through her. Her journey had come full circle. And yet it felt as though she was standing at the edge of something new. It wasn't an ending. It was a beginning. She walked through the wilderness, the same road now feeling different, lighter, freer, full of potential. Her steps were steady, unwavering, and with each footfall, she knew the path was unfolding for her. It wasn't something she was trying to control anymore. It simply was. The tapestry of her life, of time itself, was being woven through her choices, and she was no longer afraid of where the threads would lead. The sun began to set, casting long shadows across the land. The sky blazed in hues of orange, pink, and gold. The peaceful sound of nature enveloped her, the world whispering its ancient secrets. In this moment, there was no need to rush, no destination to reach. The beauty was in the journey, in the steps she was taking, and in the quiet understanding that she was part of something timeless. Lena paused for a moment, looking up at the sky, the vast expanse stretching out before her. The horizon, a place once distant, now felt close, as though it were waiting for her to step into it. And she realized, with a sudden clarity, that the journey itself was the destination. She had walked through darkness and light, through fear and uncertainty, and had finally arrived at a place of acceptance, not just of the world around her, but of herself. She had become the weaver of her own life. The road she walked, the steps she took, were all part of a greater design, a story she was still telling. There was no need to know the end. The beauty was in the moments, the conversations with strangers, the quiet time spent reflecting, the lessons learned from the past, and the courage to walk into the unknown. With a final deep breath, Lena took a step forward, and with that step, she felt a profound peace wash over her. The road ahead was still open, still full of unknowns, but the uncertainty no longer scared her. It had become part of the song of her life, a song she was ready to sing, step by step. As the night settled in and the stars began to twinkle above, Lena walked forward, her heart filled with quiet confidence and an unshakable sense of purpose. She didn't need to know what was coming next, because she knew she was ready for it. And in that moment, she understood that she was never truly alone. The road, the world, and the stories of those she met along the way would always be a part of her. She was connected to them, to the earth beneath her, to the sky above. The journey was hers, yes, but it was also theirs, and together, in the vastness of time, they all wove the fabric of life. And so, Lena walked forward, the tapestry of her existence expanding with each step, embracing whatever came next with open arms. The road ahead was endless, but it no longer mattered where it led, for Lena had already arrived,